Chapter 3595. Flower World. They chatted for a while before Lin Ling left with Yu and the others. Savage Sword, Elder Doe, we're going to complete the trial mission of the academy. You should go back first. Lin Ling said to Savage Sword and the others on the way. Yes. The two of them nodded, but they were unwilling to give up. As Lin Ling became stronger, it was difficult for them to protect Lin Ling. This made them feel useless. However, they couldn't be blamed. Their talents were limited and their potential had been stimulated. They could only rely on increasing their cultivation realm. However, in the final world, without talent, it was difficult to survive by relying on one's cultivation realm. Savage Sword, we have to become stronger. Yes, young master takes care of us. However, seeing young master protect us instead, I feel very uneasy. But what can we do? Let's go find City Governor Tsang. He should have a way. Although he can't help us reach young master's level, at least he can help us increase our strength and help young master do things within our power. But the two of them chatted for a while before flying towards Snow City. Lin Ling didn't return to Snow City. Instead, he was heading towards the Blackstone Empire. The Blackstone Empire was an extremely ancient country in the East Border. There were countless experts and it was one of the top few realms in the East Border. However, to the experts from the final world, they were obviously as weak as ants. The mission this time was obviously not to kill the martial artists from the Blackstone Empire. Instead, it was to kill some mutant experts that appeared in the Blackstone Empire. These mutant experts were born 10 years ago. No one knew where they came from. However, they were extremely powerful. With the Blackstone Empire as the center, they had built a large number of sects that radiated to other realms. The Academy's mission was to eradicate these sections. On the other hand, Lin Ling's mission was much simpler. He only needed to kill 10 mutant powerhouses. Brother Ling, what are mutant experts? Yu listened to Lin Ling's constant explanation and couldn't help but be a little curious. I don't know either. But to be able to be called deviants by the final world, their path of cultivation should be different from ours. Lin Ling shook his head. Without seeing the variant race martial artist with his own eyes, he couldn't jump to conclusions. The three of them quickly left the 9 provinces and appeared in the void of the universe. Originally, with Lin Ling's strength, he would have arrived in less than 3 days. However, Yu and the others did not have Lin Ling's speed and freakish physique. Hence, Lin Ling slowed down and accompanied them. The three of them walked forward leisurely, as if they were on a scenic tour. As they passed by one realm after another, they were also experiencing the different characteristics of each realm. Lin Ling also felt a little emotional. In the universe, there were countless realms. There were all kinds of worlds, each with their own unique characteristics. Just like his Huaxiao world. That place was not good at martial arts and dominated by technology. However, in the ancient Huaxiao world, martial arts were extremely powerful. But in the end, those ancient legends disappeared. Once, Lin Ling also heard that the most ancient legends of Huaxia were actually the strongest gods in the era of gods. Lin Ling wasn't too sure about this rumor because in his memory, the great gods of Huaxia were great gods like Pangu and Yuwa. Taking a step back, it was the great gods like Shenong and Fuxi. In Lin Ling's memory, these great gods were the Almighty who created the world. They were beyond the scope of martial arts. Shaking his head, Lin Ling sighed. The world of martial arts was really vast and boundless. Li Xiaoyao was so powerful in the past, but he still couldn't travel through the universe. From this, it could be seen how mysterious the universe was. Brother Ling, that place is so beautiful. At this time, Xian Yuan suddenly shouted in surprise, interrupting Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling looked over and saw a colorful realm with hundreds of blooming flowers in front of him. Lin Ling checked and immediately knew that this realm was called the Sea of Flowers realm. It was one of the most beautiful realms in the East Border. Many experts from the East Border gathered here. There were even many experts from the 9 continents here. This dazzling and colorful world was very suitable for experts to enter the world and comprehend. However, what made Lin Ling happy was that the Sea of Flowers realm was already very close to the Blackstone Empire. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to the Sea of Flowers realm. Looking around, this realm was also extremely vast and boundless, and the plants were also very exuberant. As soon as they landed, not far away, many warriors looked over with puzzled eyes. However, in order to avoid shocking the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. What a handsome man and woman! Those people couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others' cultivation, but they could see that Lin Ling and the others were very otherworldly, as elegant as immortals. This made them involuntarily take another look at Lin Ling and the others. Especially some young men and women, they looked at Lin Ling and the others with a look of amazement. Lin Ling and the others naturally noticed those gazes, but they ignored them and casually walked with Yu and the others. Although Yu and the others were strong, they were originally women, so they liked flowers. The two girls ran around in the world of hundreds of flowers and played extremely happily. Lin Ling looked at the world full of vitality and suddenly understood. At this moment, his illusory god world was also slowly improving. As he walked, it was as if he saw flowers bloom and wilt. Interesting little guy. In the distance, an old man was walking with a large number of disciples. Suddenly, he saw Lin Ling and walked towards Lin Ling. Young friend, your talent is outstanding, and you also have some enlightenment in the world of flowers. You're really amazing. Not long after, the old man appeared not far away from Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I'm just imagining things occasionally. Ha! Hearing this, the old man immediately laughed loudly. Imagining things? He didn't think so. However, the people behind him narrowed their eyes. It was because they thought that since the ancestor of a world took the initiative to speak with that youth should be extremely excited. However, who would have expected that the youth's reaction would be extremely calm, not excited, nor did he show any admiration. One had to know that the old man was one of the strongest in the Sea of Flowers. In fact, the old man was also a little depressed. He had seen Lin Ling and wanted to give him some advice, but when he asked, Lin Ling said that he was just imagining things. Because of this, he didn't know what to say even if he wanted to. However, as expected of a prominent figure in the Sea of Flowers, he smiled and said, Young friend, although the Sea of Flowers is beautiful, there will always be a time when it wilts. Flowers bloom and wilt, life, old age, illness, and death. This is the unchanging law of the world. Those who can see through it have seen through life and death. Lin Ling was instantly stunned. He knew that the old man wanted to give him some advice, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With his strength, he was 100 times stronger than the old man. In terms of the grand Tao of the universe, life, old age, illness, and death, he saw through it more thoroughly than the old man. Of course, he knew that the old man didn't have any ill intentions, and he just appreciated the young man's talent. Chapter 3596. Not blooming for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. The old man was stunned when he heard this. The disciples behind him were even more furious. This young man didn't know what was good for him. How dare he refute the patriarch's advice? He's still wet behind the ears and wants to pretend that he knows everything. He probably doesn't know what the great Tao is and what life, old age, sickness, and death are. What do you know? A woman who looked to be in her 20s couldn't help but shout. Don't be rude. However, the old man waved his hand and smiled. Patriarch, I can't stand how he pretends to know when he doesn't. The woman frowned and was unwilling to give up. Martial arts, no two people's martial arts are the same. Everyone has their own views. If 100 people look at a flower, there will be 100 different views. The old man smiled kindly, which surprised Lin Ling. Although the old man wasn't strong, he was open-minded. Little friend, look over there, that's a moment of youth. It's an anomaly in the Sea of Flowers world. You said that the process of blooming is life. Unfortunately, they don't have life because they never bloom. Therefore, there are exceptions to everything. The old man smiled faintly. Lin Ling followed the old man's finger and saw that there were green grass at the foot of the mountain. The grass was green, but it didn't fit in with the hundreds of flowers around it because there were no flowers on the grass. And there were hundreds of flowers blooming all around. The moment of youth was indeed an anomaly. Moment of youth, what a good name. Lin Ling muttered to himself. That's why I said that there are exceptions to everything. The great path, the laws, and the rules that you think of are not the only ones at some point in time. Something else will also appear. Seeing that Lin Ling was finally deep in thought, the elder felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. He wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers before, but Lin Ling replied to him with profound answers. These answers were so perfect that he couldn't refute them. Therefore, he finally found a chance to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. Hee, now you know how powerful the patriarch is. He only knows how to put on an act. When it comes to life, can he compare to the patriarch? What a fame-seeking fellow. He said that the process of blooming is life, but if the splendor of a moment never blooms, how can there be life? He slapped his own face. Said one of the disciples behind the patriarch. His words were filled with disdain for Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't mind. He smiled faintly and nodded at the ancestor. This also made the old man secretly satisfied. This child was worth teaching. Brother Ling, let's go. Just when the old man thought that Lin Ling would come to acknowledge him as his master, Yu Yu's voice suddenly came from afar. When he saw this, Lin Ling planned to leave as well. However, he'd just taken a step when he suddenly turned around to look at the old man and said indifferently, "It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Daos, so why should they be the same?" Leaving behind these words, Lin Ling turned around and left. The old man was stunned. This young man actually didn't have a master? Moreover, he gave another profound answer, which made him feel as if he had been enlightened. However, the disciple behind him was furious. What a stubborn young man. Even now, he still dares to talk back to the patriarch. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Just then, hundreds of flowers suddenly bloomed on a green grass field from afar. It was beautiful and fragrant. Every single flower was colorful. The moment they bloomed, everything around them seemed to have turned into an illusion. Auspicious beasts were galloping in midair and rainbows were hanging in the sky. It was beautiful. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The old man's pupils violently quivered. The splendor of a moment seemed to have bloomed. He's been in the realm of flowers for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he's seen the splendor of a moment bloom. To know that in his knowledge, there were no flowers in the splendor of a moment. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Daos, so why should they be the same? Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Ling said. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Everyone's martial Dao and life were different. Why should the splendor of a moment be the same as other flowers? It was just like humans. Why should everyone's life be the same? Perhaps that was what Lin Ling wanted to say. "Sir, why are the flowers blooming?" Thinking of this, the old man looked into the distance and said in disbelief. However, the distance was silent. 3 figures had already walked into the distance. The old man suddenly realized that he had met an expert today. In front of him, the patriarch was actually a child. "Senior, please enlighten me." Plop. The old man hurriedly knelt down, scaring the disciples behind him. "If I want it to bloom, it will bloom." Finally, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar. It was a soft sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Although the youth is short, like a moth flying into a flame, it is beautiful, and that is enough. This is its unique life, and also the path it has chosen. Then, a mysterious sentence was transmitted into the old man's mind. The old man's body trembled. He stared at the beautiful sea of flowers in the distance. Suddenly, an ancient power came from his body. This power was unprecedented. It surged into his mind and spread throughout his body. He had broken through. The disciples behind him were all dumbfounded. They had heard of it long ago. 30 years of spring and autumn, cold and summer. Once you achieve Tao, you will become an immortal. This meant that sometimes, thousands of years of hard work were not as good as a sentence from the expert. They had always thought that this was just a legend. However, they actually encountered it today, and it happened to their master. Plop. Everyone knelt down, especially the girl who looked down on Lin Ling. At this moment, her face was red and she was extremely regretful. She knew that she had missed a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the three people in front of her had disappeared without a trace. As for the old man, he raised his head. His face was full of excitement. When he thought of taking the mysterious person as his disciple, he immediately felt ashamed. Luckily, the expert did not mind it at all. Meanwhile, Lin Ling continued to move forward with Yu. To him, the cultivators of the flower realm had limited talents, thus they would not be able to progress further on the path of martial arts. The only thing they could focus on was their comprehension of martial arts. Although it was not as important as one's talent, they could still become an expert after comprehending the Tao. Previously, even though the old man was trying to teach him a lesson, his attitude was quite friendly. As such, Lin Ling decided to give him some guidance. As for how much the old man could comprehend, it would depend on his own capabilities. Soon after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Lin Ling glanced at the sky and decided not to continue on his journey. He decided to stay in the city that night. Inside an inn, Lin Ling yelled at the waiter, "Give me the best wine and meat." Even though his strength had improved tremendously, reaching the half-martial progenitor realm, he still retained his old habits. "Sure thing." The waiter immediately shouted in high spirits. When the wine and meat were served, Lin Ling immediately devoured the food and began to eat with Yu and the others. Chapter 3597. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Peeping. Night fell without anyone noticing. Everything was silent. In the guest room of the inn, Lin Ling looked at the two beauties on the bed and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. However, not long after he started cultivating, a sound came from outside the window. Although it was very soft, Lin Ling's soul power was strong and he could easily detect it. Then, a mysterious eye appeared in the void. It glanced at Lin Ling's guest room and then disappeared. Lin Ling frowned instantly. Peeping on him? How bold of him! At the same time, Yu and the rest woke up. It had to be said that the person who peeped on them was very crude. Even Yu and the rest could not hide from him. Brother Ling. Yu and the rest were women after all. Although they did not see anything, they still felt very uncomfortable when they were peeped on. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling stood up. How dare he peep on his wife? That guy must be tired of living. At the same time, his spiritual strength sensed that the eye had appeared in another room. After a brief investigation, a colorless and odorless fragrance permeated the air. The person in the room immediately fainted. Subsequently, the void was opened, and two figures appeared. They wrapped the person on the bed and left under the cover of the night. Those two seemed to be kidnapping someone. Lin Ling then told Yu and the rest what he had seen. Yu and the rest frowned and looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would do. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile because he sensed a familiar aura from the two people from before. Will it be dangerous? Yu asked worriedly. Don't worry. Not to mention the flower sea boundary, even in the east boundary, there are not many people who can hurt us. Moreover, those people are just small thieves. Lin Ling smiled calmly. Hearing that, Yu and Xian Yuange were relieved. They then followed Lin Ling out of the inn. After leaving, they realized that they had worried too much. That was because those two people were very slow. They caught up with them easily. Hee, after catching that little bitch, we can blackmail them. That's right. Young master, what a good idea. It's rare for us to come to the east boundary. We can even blackmail some treasures. After this, we can immediately rush to the Blackstone Empire and assist the higher-ups in seizing the treasures. The two people were talking and talking, their voices sounding arrogant. Perhaps they thought that no one would be able to detect them. Unfortunately, not far away. Lin Ling, Yu and the rest, Yu and Xian Yuange, and followed them step by step. They were also going to the Blackstone Empire? And there were treasures. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he began to look forward to it. The two of them turned left and right and finally landed in a quiet courtyard. Did you catch them? As soon as they landed, a low voice came from the small courtyard. Young master, we caught them. Were they discovered? Young master, we are assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. How could we be discovered so easily? That's good. Bring that little bitch here and inform her father to prepare to exchange treasures for her. In the darkness, the conversation continued. In the end, there were even a few complacent sneers. Since when did the Flying Dragon organization do such dirty things as kidnapping people? Outside the courtyard, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he kicked the door open and walked in casually. He then sneered. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you guys went to steal people. You guys are really in the mood. The Flying Dragon organization, Godly Escort Mansion, and Fu Hang Manor had all attacked Lin Ling in the past. However, the Godly Escort Mansion was almost uprooted by Lin Ling, and their vitality was greatly damaged. In the end, they begged Lin Ling for mercy. Although Fu Hang Manor was fine, they also paid a large sum of money and swore never to provoke Lin Ling again. Only the Flying Dragon organization still didn't reply. This also meant that the Flying Dragon organization didn't intend to compromise with Lin Ling. The entrance of Lin Ling and the rest immediately silenced the small courtyard. Then, in the darkness, an angry roar sounded, 2 pieces of trash. You can't do anything right. Young master, it's our fault. 2 voices rang out at the same time. Then, the small courtyard lit up, and 3 figures appeared in the courtyard. 2 of them were standing, and the one in the middle was sitting. The person sitting was very young, and his face was very pale. He looked like a scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. However, Lin Ling knew that this person wasn't a scholar, but an assassin. The seemingly powerless scholar just wanted to numb people and make them careless. This was also the characteristic of an assassin. The moment they didn't make a move, they would never reveal their killing intent. Why have you come here in the middle of the night? The scholar smiled and looked at Lin Ling. First, he was surprised by Yu and the rest's beauty, and then he asked politely. To kill you. Lin Ling went straight to the point. You really know how to joke. The scholar smiled again, and a white jade fan appeared in his hand. He gently waved it. Perhaps you don't know where we came from. Tell him who we are. The 2 beside him immediately sneered. We are assassins from the Flying Dragon organization. They obviously wanted to use the Flying Dragon organization to intimidate Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, even if Lin Ling and the rest didn't kill them, they wouldn't let Lin Ling go, because only the dead would keep secrets. Do you think I have the time to joke with you? Lin Ling shook his head. However, if you weren't from the Flying Dragon organization, I might have let you go. Unfortunately, you're from the Flying Dragon organization, so it's hard for you not to die. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the scholar shouted sternly. His reaction was really terrifying. He realized that Lin Ling wasn't fooled, so he immediately attacked first to gain the upper hand. The silent darkness suddenly spread out like a tide. In the darkness, all of one's senses would disappear, and it was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, they were facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even make a move, but Shen Yuangu and Yu made a move. Yu punched into the darkness, and then the sound of bones breaking was heard. A figure was sent flying and fell to the ground, dying instantly. What? The scholar's expression changed drastically. So strong? At the same time, a dazzling light appeared, and a page of scripture pressed down from the sky, smashing another person into pieces. Moreover, Yu and Shen Yuangu didn't stop. They disappeared into the darkness, and then a large number of figures were sent flying. It turned out that there were many assassins hidden in this small courtyard. These assassins were very powerful and could kill people from thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, they met Lin Ling and the rest from the final world. Looking at the assassins dying one after another, the scholar knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately knelt down. Senior, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Chapter 3598. Guessing. Lin Ling was very close to the scholar. With the scholar's strength, he could have used a fatal attack and turned the tables. But for some reason, the scholar did not dare to do so. It was as if the young man standing in front of him was even more terrifying than the god of assassins. Then, the scholar seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, "Oh right, the experts of the Flying Dragon Organization are rushing to the Blackstone Empire. I heard that there are treasures there. Senior, I'll tell you the secret of the Flying Dragon Organization. Can you spare my life?" Sigh. Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at him indifferently. He smiled sarcastically. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You want me to spare your life with this bullshit information?" Sigh. "Senior, spare my life. That's all I know." Sigh. The scholar kept kowtowing. "It's really embarrassing to be an assassin like you. Also, don't disturb other people's sleep in the middle of the night, especially by peeping." Sigh. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped lightly. With a boom, the whole courtyard shook. The scholar was stomped into meat paste by Lin Ling. His whole body was buried under the ground, reaching a depth of 100 meters. Then Lin Ling looked around. With a wave of his right hand, a colorful fire appeared and burned everything. All the corpses had been incinerated, but what was shocking was that the other things in the small courtyard were unscathed. Not even a single blade of grass was affected. It was a flame that could burn everything. "Brother Ling, look." At this time, Xin Yuanji's voice came. There was a black cloth bag in the corner of the room. After opening it, a girl about 18 or 19 years old could be seen sleeping there. The girl looked delicate and pretty. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. This should be the girl they kidnapped. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. He did not care about the girl. What he cared about was what the scholar had said before. It seemed that many assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization had gathered in the Blackstone Empire for a treasure. Lin Ling was curious about the treasure that could make assassins gather. Moreover, with Lin Ling's trump cards and Yu Yu's sword of swallowing heaven's fortune, Lin Ling dared to fight the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization. Then, Lin Ling lightly waved his arm, and a surge of realm energy rushed toward the young girl, easily curing her poison. Lin Ling at his level, unless it was a god's poison, realm god's poison, ordinary realm poison. This realm was the ultimate world's ultimate. The woman gently opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little blank, and then her pretty face changed. "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, my father is from the Yu family. If you dare to mess around, he will not let you go." She looked at Lin Ling and the others warily and quietly retreated. Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others immediately smiled. "Little sister, you don't have to be too nervous. We are not the ones who kidnapped you, but the ones who saved you." "Yu Xiu's?" The girl looked at Yu Xiu's. Her vigilance was not as strong as before. Yu Xiu's. Maybe Yu Xiu's was not a bad person. The girl bowed. "Thank you, benefactors. If Qing Air fell into the hands of those people, she would be better off dead. By the way, where are those people from before?" "They are all dead. Killed by my husband." Xinyuan smiled and walked towards the woman. She held the woman's hand and walked over. "Moreover, they are from the Flying Dragon Organization. Maybe they have some conflicts with your Yu family. That's why they attacked you." Yu Xiu's, the Flying Dragon Organization. Qing Er's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Yu's words. Then she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She knew that the members of the Flying Dragon Organization were all very powerful, but this handsome young man had killed them all. This seemed a little impossible. Lin Ling nodded and did not explain anything. He said indifferently, "You go back first and leave this troublesome place." But Qing Er was also eager to leave. However, she was grateful that Lin Ling Xiu's had saved her life. She bowed to Lin Ling Xiu's again. "I am from the Yu family. Our Yu family is one of the top families in this area. I will tell my father about this." After saying that, Qing Er hurriedly left the small courtyard. Upon hearing Qing Er's words, Lin Ling frowned but didn't say much. He led Yu Yu and the rest out of the courtyard. "Brother Ling, what's wrong?" Yu Xiu's noticed Lin Ling Xiu's actions and asked curiously. This girl called Qing Air seems to know about the Flying Dragon Organization. This means that the Flying Dragon Organization also exists in this realm. Therefore, even if the Yu family knew that it was the Flying Dragon Organization who kidnapped Qing Air, they would not dare to do anything. However, if the Yu family leader is brave enough, he will seek revenge from the Flying Dragon Organization, even if he has to sacrifice the entire Yu family. If the master of the Yu family is an indecisive person, he will definitely suspect that we are the ones who kidnapped Qing. After all, we have killed all the people who kidnapped Qing. Dead men tell no tales. Lin Ling Xiao's told Xiao's his guess. If it's true, then the Yu family is too shameless. Xian Yuanguer Xiao's frowned. They had saved Qing Air, but they were misunderstood as the kidnappers. Anyone would be unhappy. Qing Air looks inexperienced. I don't think she is that kind of person. Yu Xiaos said. She is innocent, so I don't think so. However, the Yu family might do the same. All right. Lin Ling Xiaos smiled faintly. However, we don't have to worry about such a small family. Perhaps when they come to us, we will have already left. Moreover, this is just my guess. Things might not be like this. Let's go. All right. Lin Ling Xiaos, after all, he had been in the world for many years. He had considered everything before doing anything. Immediately, Lin Ling Xiaos and Yu Xiaos left the small courtyard. Their destination was the Blackstone Empire. However, just as Lin Ling Xiaos had guessed, when Qing Air returned to the Yu family, the whole family was in turmoil. Qing Air, where have you been for the whole night? A burly middle-aged man looked at Qing Air worriedly. Qing Air did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened. The Flying Dragon Organization? Master Black Dragon? The burly middle-aged man was furious. Of course, he knew the Flying Dragon Organization. He also knew who the leader of the Flying Dragon Organization was. He did not expect that the Flying Dragon Organization would dare to touch his daughter. Family leader, there is something fishy about this. However, at this time, an old man frowned and said, this old man had a high status in the Yu family. He was the family leader's brother and Qing Air's uncle. Big brother, what do you think? The family leader looked at the old man immediately. Chapter 3599. Selling her body to bury her father. Uncle, I don't think they are that kind of people. Hearing this, Qing Er frowned. Qing Er, did you see them attack? The old man suddenly asked. Qing Er shook her head. She really didn't see anything. Have you seen the corpses of the people from the Flying Dragon Organization? The old man asked again. Qing Er shook her head again. Seeing this, the old man was finally certain. Looks like they are the ones who kidnapped Qing. These people are really vicious. They are trying to sow discord between our huge Yu family and the Flying Dragon Organization. His words made Qing Er anxious. She had a feeling that Lin Ling and the others were not the ones who kidnapped her. However, the elder did not wait for her to speak. He had already ordered the Yu family, send out all the experts of the Yu family. Capture those despicable people and make an example out of them. Everyone accepted the order and left. The entire city was gradually in an uproar. After Lin Ling and the others walked out of the small courtyard, it was not long before dawn. The streets gradually became lively, and all kinds of hawkers set up stalls on both sides of the street. Most of the items they sold were flowers. However, these flowers had extraordinary uses as well. Some could be used as medicine, some could be used to make clothes, and some could be used to fill the stomach. This was an eye-opener for Lin Ling and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also bought some rare flowers for medicinal purposes. As for Yu and the others, they bought even more. For example, some flowers that could be maintained for a year without withering. This was a fatal attraction to most girls. The three of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they had returned to the sacred land of the rainforest. However, not long after, a group of people appeared in front of them. They were gathered together and pointing at them. Xian Yuanger's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pulled Lin Ling into the crowd. Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly feel helpless. Watching a show was also a woman's nature. After arriving at the crowd, Lin Ling discovered a young girl of about 14 or 15 years old kneeling on the ground. The young girl was wearing mourning clothes, and her long hair covered her face. In front of her was a wooden sign with the words, "Selling myself to bury my father," written on it. In front of the wooden sign lay a corpse wrapped in a straw mat. This scene caused Lin Ling to be momentarily stunned. Selling her body to bury her father? This kind of plot had only appeared on TV in his previous life. Who would have thought that he, Lin Ling, would encounter it? Sure enough, the longer one lived, the more they would encounter all sorts of things. Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he looked at Yu and the others again, they didn't look interested. Instead, they looked at him sympathetically. This caused Lin Ling to also look at the young girl. The young girl's body was frail, and her head was lowered. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sense of sorrow from her body. It seemed that this selling her body to bury her father was true. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. There was a strange aura hidden within the girl's body. Although this aura was dim, it was abnormally tenacious. When Lin Ling's soul force approached, it actually sensed Lin Ling's soul force and resisted it. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. His soul force was extremely strong. The young girl had no martial strength, but the energy within her body was able to resist it. This showed that this young girl was not simple. TSK, everyone says that 18 years old is brittle. Looking at your appearance, you are only 14 years old. However, your figure is not bad. Come, raise your head and let me see. Your looks are not bad. I will buy you. I will pay you any price. At this time, a skinny young man dressed like a rich young master laughed. The crowd immediately began to jeer. The young girl kept her head down, so they were curious about her appearance. After all, her figure was not bad. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Some girls had good figures, but their looks were ugly. Therefore, the crowd was not stupid enough to not pay without checking the goods. Raise your head and take a look. If you don't raise your head, who will buy it? Another person said, "If someone is willing to bury my father, I will raise my head." But who knew that the young girl was extremely stubborn? Her voice was as clear as yellow jade, and she still refused to raise her head to speak. At this time, the crowd also began to curse. Obviously, they did not want to be cheated. Your voice is not bad. Raise your head and let me see. As long as you can catch my eye, I will buy you even if it is 100 taels of silver. The skinny young man said again, 50 taels of silver. I will buy it. But at this time, Lin Ling interrupted him and said calmly. His words made the young girl's delicate body tremble. She seemed to be excited. Then she stood up and looked at Lin Ling. However, when she lifted her long hair, a peerless face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fair skin and delicate facial features. Overall, she looked exceptionally beautiful. She exuded a faint aura that gave people a sense of tranquility. Moreover, under the morning sun, she gave people a sense of holiness. Even Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Previously, because of the mysterious energy in the young girl, he did not check the young girl's face. He did not expect her to be so beautiful. He even thought that the young girl was hiding her face and that she might have a pig's face. In reality, the others thought so too. Wow, she is so beautiful. She is already devastatingly beautiful at such a young age. How beautiful will she be when she grows up? Beautiful, beautiful. I want this little beauty. 100 taels of silver. 200 taels. 250 taels. Shut up, all of you. I will pay 500 taels. Let's see who can be richer than me. The skinny young man was drooling as he roared angrily. Do you think you are the only one who is rich? I will pay 800 taels. An old man with a walking stick also roared. Everyone looked at him in shock. He was so old yet he was still a romantic. He was full of energy. What are you looking at? I have money. I can do whatever I want. The old man smiled proudly. He looked at the young girl and said with a smile, Little beauty, from now on, you belong to me, Mr. Liu. You will live a good life and have no worries for the rest of your life. Bullshit, you old fart. You don't even know if you can get hard. How dare you snatch my woman? The skinny young man naturally did not dare to show weakness. 1,000 taels of silver. Lin Ling watched from the side as the crowd competed. He was expressionless and did not bid. If the young girl chose the one with more money, then such a person was not worth his help. Although the young girl might not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life if she followed other people, but if she followed Lin Ling, she could achieve great things and have an endless lifespan. This was the difference between mortals and gods. Whether she would miss this opportunity in the end would depend on the young girl's own choice. Yu and the rest did not speak. They watched quietly. Although they did not know why Lin Ling bid, even if Lin Ling wanted to marry a concubine, they would not care. In an instant, the price rose and exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that before the young girl raised her head, most of the people were watching a good show. Only Lin Ling bid. However, when they raised their heads and saw the young girl's peerless beauty, everyone stretched their necks like ducks and shouted crazily. In the end, the price had reached 5,000 taels of silver. Chapter 3600. Principles. However, the price was still rising. The two people who were still bidding were the old man and the skinny young man. Fuck, you want to play with me? Don't think that I can't see through you. In fact, you're just a poor bastard. You don't even have 10 taels of silver. When the price reached 6,000 taels, the old man finally got angry. It's none of your business. Now it's 6,000 taels. Are you going to follow me or not? If you're not going to follow me, then get lost. How dare a poor bastard fight with me over a woman? Look at yourself before you piss off. The skinny young man said casually. You're looking for death. Men beat him to death. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. He suddenly roared. A few warriors rushed out from behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on the skinny young man. You dare to fight with me in my territory? Don't you know that I'm the young master of the Yu family? However, who knew that the skinny young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he said casually. After he finished speaking, another man walked out from behind him. However, he was stronger. In a few moves, he smashed the old man to the ground. Yu family. The old man's face changed. This family was the tyrant of the city. He never thought that the skinny young man he met would be the young master of the Yu family. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that young master you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Beat him. The skinny young man did not give him any face. He shouted coldly and then looked at the young girl with a smile. Little beauty, can you go back with me now? Don't worry, I will bury your father properly. From now on, you will follow me and you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Yu family. Looks like the little beauty belongs to the Yu family. Sigh, it's good to have a big family behind you. Sigh. The surrounding people said enviously. Since the Yu family had taken action, who would dare to fight with them? Seeing that the situation had finally calmed down, the young girl was no longer as panicked. However, when the skinny young man's hand reached out, she dodged and then went behind Lin Ling. Young master, he has already bought me for 50 taels of silver. From now on, I belong to his family. Sigh. After hiding behind Lin Ling, the young girl said, What? I offered 6,000 taels of silver and you? Sigh. Seeing this, the skinny young man's eyes narrowed. Was he playing with him? I never said that I wanted to bid. I only said that I would follow whoever buried my father for me. Therefore, everything is first come, first served. It was he who bought me first. The young girl's voice was very firm. Her words caused a smile to appear on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. It seems that this young girl is a person with principles. She is worthy of my help. Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at each other and laughed. Furthermore, the man was holding the two women's hands. Could it be that the two women were already taken? Very good. I admire people with integrity. But do you think he'll take you just because you want to? Let me tell you, I'm from the Yu family. The skinny young man laughed. He looked at the young girl coldly. He believed that as long as they weren't idiots, they would give face to the Yu family. The young girl looked at Lin Ling. "Uncle, will you take me?" It's pointless for you to ask, because he doesn't even dare to nod his head, let alone speak. The skinny young man said confidently, "Of course. If you're willing, I won't give you up." Lin Ling opened his mouth. The skinny young man, who was full of confidence, almost fell to the ground. Lin Ling really dared to take her. The skinny young man roared and stared at Lin Ling. "Do you know who I am? Do you want to die? Smash him to death." The strong man from before immediately jumped at Lin Ling. This was a strong man from the Yu family. Ordinary people couldn't stop him. The young girl shouted subconsciously, "Benefactor, be careful. Get lost." However, Lin Ling let out a low growl. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The strong man spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Ling was still holding back. Otherwise, he could have turned into an idiot with just one look. Everyone was frightened. The skinny young man's eyes widened. What was going on? Why didn't he punch? Why did the strong man of the Yu family faint? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His eyes were cold. The skinny young man fell to the ground. His pants were wet and the smell of urine drifted out. He kept waving his hands. "Don't come over. I'm the young master of the Yu family. If you dare to touch me, the Yu family won't let you go." Lin Ling looked down at the skinny young man. With a kick, the skinny young man flew out like a kite. Seeing Lin Ling's power with her own eyes, the young girl was scared silly. This uncle is not an ordinary person. Yu looked at the young girl dotingly. Not an ordinary person? The young girl's body trembled. Could this uncle be a strong martial artist? If she followed the skinny young man, she could live a carefree life. But she missed out on a wider sky. But if she followed this uncle, her world would change. She could fly higher and see more of the world. She couldn't help but smile. Luckily, she stuck to her principles. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Ling walked back and looked at the young girl. He smiled. "Little girl, are you willing to follow us? If you don't, we can give you some money. It's enough for you to live a carefree life." "I'm willing. I'm willing," the young girl hurriedly said. She was afraid that she would be chased away by Lin Ling. "All right, what's your name?" Lin Ling nodded and asked again. "My name is Zhang Xiaoning," the young girl said nervously. "Xiaoning, that's a good name. From today onwards, you will be in charge of taking care of them. Can you do it?" Lin Ling smiled and pointed at Yu and company. "Benefactor, I can do it. Xiaoning was born poor. This is not difficult for Xiaoning." "All right. You will be in charge of taking care of their daily lives. Stay by their side. After we leave this place, I will teach you some martial arts for self-defense. Also, I can tell you that you have good talent. This talent is called the ultimate desolate body. In the future, you will definitely be above others. Benefactor, I don't wish to be above others. I only wish to stay by the side of Lady Yu and company." Chapter 3601. Evil Intentions. Next, Lin Ling took out some treasures and asked someone to bury Xiaoning's father. Then, he planned to leave the flower ocean boundary. However, just as they were about to leave the ancient city, a large number of experts surrounded them. There were so many of them that not even a drop of water could get through. It was rare to see so many experts moving together. Hence, many warriors in the city began to talk about it. They were all curious about who had offended the powerful Yu family. A dense murderous aura also quietly spread out on the street. Although Lin Ling and the other two were surrounded, their expressions remained calm. On the other hand, Xiao Ning's face was filled with worry. However, although she did not know what had happened, she stubbornly refused to leave and continued to stand by Yu's side. "Your Excellency, why did you kidnap the eldest daughter of the Yu family?" At this moment, an old man walked out with his hands behind his back. "Yu family?" Lin Ling couldn't help but come to a realization. He then laughed sarcastically. It seems that Brother Ling's guess was right. Yu and the rest laughed sarcastically. They also saw Qing in the crowd. However, Qing was being held back by someone. It seemed that she was helpless about this matter. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Lin Ling said calmly. Are you still trying to deny it? The old man shouted coldly. He glared at Lin Ling and said, Where did this junior come from? You have evil intentions. You must have a grudge against the Flying Dragon organization. Hence, you want to borrow the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. The power of the Yu family? Lin Ling was stunned and couldn't help but laugh even louder. He did not know how the Yu family was powerful. Father, it's not like that. At this moment, Qing broke free from her restraints and shouted anxiously. Come back. However, the head of the Yu family caught her quickly. Qing could only look at Lin Ling and the other two apologetically. However, Lin Ling and the other two did not mind and smiled. Lin Ling's smile gradually turned into a mocking smile. Since he was bored, he might as well play with them. He said calmly, All right, I admit that it's the powerful Yu family. What does the Yu family plan to do now? Just go and tell Lord Hei Long of the Flying Dragon organization that you are trying to frame the Yu family. The old man said coldly. Clarify? It seems that the Yu family is very afraid of the Flying Dragon organization. However, don't you think that the Yu family is very boring? I saved your young miss, so I will take responsibility for everything. If the Flying Dragon organization wants to find someone, they should be looking for us. Why is your Yu family running out? Is it to prove that the Yu family, the Flying Dragon organization? Is that why you want to distance yourself from me? Or is it both? You to me to you to you to the family to kill organization? The old man's to say you. Because this was indeed a combination of both. The Flying Dragon organization was too powerful. The Yu family did not want the Flying Dragon organization to misunderstand them. That was why they caught Lin Ling and asked him to clarify the matter. Of course, they also wanted to prove that they were powerful and that they were an ancient family. That was why they sent all of their experts. You have a sharp tongue. I think you just want to use the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. That's why you put on this show. You kidnapped Qing and you let her go. You didn't kill anyone from the Flying Dragon organization. That's a good plan. But with me here, you won't get what you want. The old man shouted angrily as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's tricks. This old man is really imaginative. Lin Ling could not help but admire him. Yu and the rest giggled. They thought so too. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in from the sky. Then, a terrifying airwave turned into a black ancient dragon. It hovered in the sky and shocked the whole city. Lord Black Dragon. Everyone in the city was shocked. Many of them had heard of this expert. It was said that he was an expert from the martial god realm. The faces of the Yu family's people changed drastically. Although they were the most powerful family, they always knew that the real expert was Lord Black Dragon. However, this expert liked to live in seclusion. That was why he rarely interfered with their affairs. Now that such an expert was on the move, something big was going to happen. The Yu family killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization? In the sky, a low and deep voice rang out, causing everyone to feel extremely stifled. Killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Who is so bold? Could it be the Yu family? Everyone in the city started to talk about it. The faces of the Yu family members changed greatly. They were wronged. They didn't even know who was in the Flying Dragon organization and who was killed. As for Qing, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed even more. Tell me, who is it? Don't think that I don't know that the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization have some kind of relationship with each other. The beast-like voice was roaring in the sky. The Yu family members were silent. No one dared to speak. Rumble. At this moment, a powerful wave of air surged down. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt had struck down and landed among the experts of the Yu family. In just one move, the Yu family had lost a large number of people. The faces of the patriarch and the old man instantly turned incomparably pale. He was too strong. They were simply no match for him. I know, Lord Black Dragon. I know, it's them. Suddenly, the old man pointed at Lin Ling and the others as he spoke. Since it had come to this, they had to put the blame on Lin Ling and the others. It's you guys. The giant black dragon in the sky looked at Lin Ling and the other two with a ferocious aura. However, in the eyes of Lord Black Dragon, Lin Ling and the other two were very ordinary. He did not notice anything special about them. On the other hand, Lin Ling revealed a disdainful smile. How dare a little worm call himself Lord Black Dragon in front of him? Even Yu and the rest laughed in disdain. Of course, Lin Ling did not pay attention to Lord Black Dragon. Instead, he looked at the old man with disgust and said sarcastically, "You said before that I wanted to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. I want to ask, where is the strength of the Yu family?" His words were like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Yu family members. Previously, they appeared arrogantly and domineeringly. They thought that Lin Ling had directed and acted out a show. His goal was to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge. But now, where was the strength of the Yu family? In the face of Lord Black Dragon, the Yu family members were killed and injured in one move. They were begging for mercy. To be honest, if I really wanted to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization, unless I was blind, I wouldn't ask a bunch of bragging and cowardly people like you for help. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a loud slap that made the faces of the Yu family members burn. The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Chapter 3602. Lord Black Dragon. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Secondly, didn't your Yu family say that I directed and acted in a show? But now that the Flying Dragon organization is here, you are saying that I killed them? May I ask, did I direct and act in a show? Or did I really kill someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Lin Ling said again. Another resounding slap rang out. When it landed in the ears of every member of the Yu family, they nearly exploded from anger. Among the members of the Yu family, only Qinger felt extremely carefree. She had already guessed that Lin Ling was the one who saved her and not the one who kidnapped her. Your Yu family is dirty, despicable, shameless, despicable. A family head can't even compare to a little girl. Shame on you. Lin Ling reprimanded the members of the Yu family when they were speechless from anger. You. Everyone from the Yu family stared at Lin Ling. If looks could kill, they would have cut Lin Ling into pieces. As for Xiao Ning, who was behind Lin Ling, she was shocked. She never expected Uncle Lin to be so powerful that he could intimidate so many experts. Are you afraid of him? For him, you kneeled down and begged for mercy. You even pushed everything to me? Lin Ling spoke again, his gaze fixed on the black dragon in the sky. I just want to know how you will feel when you realize that the demon king in your heart can't even withstand a single blow. With that said, Lin Ling's eyes moved as the space-time divine steel descended from the sky. The terrifying suppression caused the entire Flower Sea realm to tremble. Everyone found it difficult to breathe as their faces were filled with shock. As for Lord Black Dragon in the sky, he never expected someone to be so strong. He roared and soared into the sky like a flying dragon. But soon, the ancient divine pagoda in the sky made him realize that the divine pagoda was not something he could resist. Lord Black Dragon roared angrily, "Ultimate desolate body?" There was no ultimate desolate body in the Flower Sea realm. Many people did not even know what the ultimate desolate body was. Only Lord Black Dragon knew because he came from the Flying Dragon organization. As for the members of the Yu family, their jaws dropped. Even an expert as strong as Lord Black Dragon was suppressed? For you. Lord Black Dragon roared at the sky, his entire body trembling from the pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill me, the Flying Dragon organization will not let you go. Just wait for the fury of the Flying Dragon organization. You will die without a burial ground. Perhaps, but you won't be able to see that day." Lin Ling shook his head. Flying Dragon organization? He had seen a lot of Lin Ling. Using the Flying Dragon organization to threaten Lin Ling was completely ineffective. Rumble! The ancient divine steel smashed down from the sky, completely suppressing Lord Black Dragon and smashing him into pieces. The whole city was shocked. The people of the Yu family trembled. Killed in one move? That young man was so strong? Everyone was in disbelief. They even felt that it was terrifying and like a dream. After all, everyone in the Flower Ocean realm knew of Lord Black Dragon's strength. Then, many people began to discuss. Previously, the Yu family said that the young man wanted to use the powerful Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. But now, it seems that the young man is much stronger than the Yu family. He doesn't need the Yu family's strength at all. Don't the Yu family feel embarrassed saying such things? Ironically, the Yu family members were killed by Lord Black Dragon, but the one who saved them was that young man. But that young man is so strong. He killed Lord Black Dragon with one giant pagoda. I wonder what cultivation realm he is in. The people of the Yu family were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. How can he be so strong? The Yu family elder's face darkened. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. But in the end, it was his own wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ling embarrassed him in front of the whole city. This made him angry. When he looked at Qing and the Yu family leader, they were also shocked. Especially Qing. She was sure that the young man was her savior. This person is really amazing. The Yu family leader mumbled to himself. Second brother, you're too short-sighted. But at this time, the Yu family elder said coldly, Big brother, what do you mean? The Yu family leader was confused. Although this young man is strong, he killed Master Hei Long. If Master Hei Long was alone, we wouldn't care about this young man's rudeness. However, Master Hei Long has the Flying Dragon organization behind him, so this matter isn't that simple. The old man said seriously. His eyes were shining and he seemed to be looking into the distance. After he said that, the Yu family leader's face changed slightly. He listened to their conversation and frowned. Uncle said that the Yu family wouldn't care about their savior's rudeness? But who in the Yu family could be their savior's opponent? When Lord Black Dragon killed the Yu family members, no one in the Yu family dared to stand up for him. They only begged for mercy. So, what right did the Yu family have to say such words? They even spoke in a superior tone as if the young man was a peasant. Big brother, what do you think we should do? The Yu family leader asked. The old man from the Yu family looked at Lin Ling from afar and said indifferently, Lord Black Dragon is an 8-kill expert of the Flying Dragon organization. He is not to be underestimated. Once he dies, the Flying Dragon organization will not let this matter rest. I fear that they will vent their anger on us. Therefore, this young man must go to the Flying Dragon organization and tell them that this matter has nothing to do with our Yu family. Okay. The Yu family leader nodded and looked at Lin Ling. He said, My friend, do you know that you've made a big mistake? Now, you'd better go to the Flying Dragon organization and apologize to them personally. Also, tell them that this has nothing to do with us. Lin Ling was walking towards Yu and the rest. After hearing what the Yu family leader said, he looked at the Yu family leader strangely and asked, Are you talking to me? Who else could it be? You'd better go immediately. Otherwise, if the Flying Dragon organization gets angry, who's going to bear their anger? The Yu family leader frowned. This time, Lin Ling laughed and shook his head. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Yu and the rest laughed as well. This was the first time they saw such a foolish person. Of course, the Flying Dragon organization wasn't to be trifled with. However, were they easy to be trifled with? You guys really have the life of a dog. When Lord Black Dragon killed your people, none of you dared to say anything. Instead, I killed Lord Black Dragon and you want me to apologize? After laughing, Lin Ling couldn't help but mock. Ignorant kid, you killed Lord Black Dragon. That's your business. However, you've implicated the Yu family. If the Flying Dragon organization starts a massacre, will you stop them? Will you save us? This time, the old man from the Yu family spoke as well. When Qing heard their words, she felt disgusted. Chapter 3603. But Lin Ling, the son of the devil? Ha! Lin Ling laughed again. You said it yourself. I killed Master Black Dragon. That's my business. Since it's my business, then it's none of your business. You are unreasonable. Hearing this, the elder from the Yu family was furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the distance also began to discuss spiritedly. The Yu family wanted to distance themselves from this matter, so they wanted the young man to apologize to the Flying Dragon organization. However, since they wanted to distance themselves from this matter, why should the young man give face to the Yu family? Now, the Yu family saw that the young man did not give face to them and was angry. It was as if they were unreasonable if they did not cooperate with them. In fact, the Yu family was the unreasonable one. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Capture him. If you can't capture him alive, then a dead body will do. The elder from the Yu family felt humiliated as he was stared at by so many people. He roared angrily. How dare you? How dare you not listen to the Yu family? Hearing the elder's order, the Yu family's experts began to move. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Perhaps, they had been dominating the area for too long and had forgotten that Lin Ling could kill Master Black Dragon. How could he be afraid of them? You must have a death wish. Looking at the group of people rushing towards him, Lin Ling shook his head. The mockery in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with coldness. At first, Lin Ling was not angry when he was wronged by the Yu family. Instead, he had a mocking attitude. However, he was now disgusted by the Yu family. Get out of my way. Lin Ling did not need to do anything. He only needed to look at them. The Eye of Chaos. A terrifying murderous aura surged towards them like a tidal wave. Rumble. All the Yu family's experts lost consciousness as if they were struck by lightning. Who else wants to capture me? Or you? Lin Ling stood with his hands behind his back. Like a god, he looked at the Yu family calmly. If it weren't for the fact that the Yu family were too weak, and if it weren't for Qing, he would have killed those experts with one strike. The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's questions. As for the Yu family, no one dared to speak. You are too bold. When the Yu family elders saw that so many people from the Yu family were injured, he roared in anger. So what if I'm bold? What can an ant like you do to me? Lin Ling laughed mockingly. The elder of the Yu family was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He took a step forward and was about to attack. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The Eye of Primal Chaos rushed forward. How could the old man of the Yu family block it? Puff! The old man from the Yu family spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only taken one step and he no longer had the strength to resist. Weak! Lin Ling continued to look down at the old man and spat out a single word in disdain. This single word made the old man from the Yu family spit out another mouthful of blood. He was filled with hatred, anger, and indignation. How dare you hurt my brother? At this moment, the head of the Yu family shouted angrily. The same goes for you. To me, you are just an ant. Lin Ling looked at the head of the Yu family and a murderous aura filled the air. The head of the Yu family also spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and crashed onto the ground. The two of them could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze. Many martial artists in the city shook their heads. The two experts of the Yu family could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze at all. How dare they ask Lin Ling to apologize? How ironic. Who killed Hei Long? However, at this moment, the sky was filled with murderous aura. Almost 10,000 people appeared in the sky like ghosts and sealed off the entire city. It was even possible that they had sealed off the entire world. The 10,000 people were silent. However, the murderous aura from them was so dense that it made people feel as if they had met the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it was 10,000 Grim Reapers. The Flying Dragon Organization. The legendary assassin organization. Oh my God, so many people are here. They are here for Lord Hei Long. Many people started to guess. They looked at Lin Ling quietly. They knew that Lin Ling was dead meat. Lin Ling could defeat one assassin, but could he defeat 10,000 assassins? On the ground, the old man from the Yu family was stunned at first. Then he laughed heartily. Now, he wanted to see Lin Ling die with his own eyes and let Lin Ling know the consequences of being arrogant. He killed He Long. The old man from the Yu family shouted and pointed at Lin Ling. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins all looked at Lin Ling. The murderous aura that was formed by their murderous aura was almost materialized. At this moment, more people thought that Lin Ling was not a match for these assassins. Not at all. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Flying Dragon Organization, it is time to end the grudge between us. As soon as he said that, the entire city fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant when he was about to die. Ha! The old man from the Yu family could not help but laugh excitedly. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins also revealed their murderous aura. However, at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. "Are you the son of Devil Lin Ling?" Then an old man walked out from the crowd. When the assassins saw him, they immediately took a step back. This old man was an expert who had killed 13 people. His status was higher than theirs. "I am Lin Ling. Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Ling looked at the old man. Finally, he saw a strong expert. Unfortunately, he was only at the later stage of the Sage Realm. This old man was only at the Sage Realm. This showed how weak the other assassins were. Of course, to the Yu family, these assassins were powerful experts. "You are indeed Lin Ling." When he heard Lin Ling's words, the old man's expression changed drastically. He had received a secret order from the Flying Dragon Organization. It said that Black Dragon of the Flying Dragon Organization had died. They were on their way to the Blackstone Empire, so they came to take a look. Originally, they wanted to start a massacre. However, at this crucial moment, the old man saw a familiar face. In the end, he confirmed that the young man was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the nightmare of all the major forces in the 9 prefectures. How could he resist him? Even if all the assassins were killed, they would not be able to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Moreover, he had also heard that Lin Ling had almost uprooted the godly escort mansion. If those old monsters had not begged for mercy, the godly escort mansion would no longer exist in the 9 prefectures. As for the Fu Hang Manor, he had heard that in order to appease Lin Ling, they had agreed to any of Lin Ling's conditions. Therefore, the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization had also told them that if they met Lin Ling, ordinary assassins were not a match for Lin Ling. On the contrary, if they angered Lin Ling, it would lead to a battle between Lin Ling and the Flying Dragon Organization. This would be even more disadvantageous for the Flying Dragon Organization. This was an order personally issued by the god of assassins. No one in the Flying Dragon Organization dared to disobey. Oh my god, I almost attacked Lin Ling. Chapter 3604. Don't be calculative. Thinking of this, the old man took the initiative to give himself a vicious slap. It was extremely powerful. A tooth flew from the sky to the ground like a kite with a broken string. I deserve to die. I didn't know it was Sir Lin Ling. I hope Sir Lin Ling won't be calculative. After slapping himself, the old man quickly bowed and said. Then he slapped himself again. Why are you in a daze? Apologize. Then, the old man looked at the 10,000 assassins and roared. The assassins were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, the old man's status was higher than theirs, so they could only do as he said. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the sky. Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded, especially the people from the Yu family. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Did I see a ghost? The old man from the Yu family muttered to himself. After saying that, he slapped himself hard. However, the result was that this slap was very painful. This also meant that he wasn't dreaming. However, 10,000 assassins slapped his own face and apologized. This was too fake. One had to know that these assassins were more powerful than Sir Black Dragon. Sir Lin Ling, what do you think about this? After slapping himself, the old assassin looked at Lin Ling and said. His eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid that Lin Ling would start a massacre. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. This assassin was smart. If these assassins dared to make a move before, Lin Ling could finish them off in less than half an hour. Let's forget about this. However, there won't be a next time. Although Lin Ling had a grudge against the Flying Dragon Organization, he wanted to fight the top assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization, not these small fries. Moreover, he didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Hearing his words, everyone from the Flying Dragon Organization heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, if you don't want to fight, I'll take my leave first. Then Lin Ling walked towards Yu and the rest. Don't fight, absolutely don't fight. Take care, Lord Lin Ling. The old man bowed again. Those who did not know him would think that Lin Ling was the expert of the Flying Dragon Organization. All the assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization respectfully welcomed Lin Ling's departure. This made the people of the Yu family feel like they were dreaming. Previously, the Yu family had asked Lin Ling to go to the Flying Dragon Organization to apologize. Now that the Flying Dragon Organization had come, what was the use? Lin Ling didn't need to apologize at all. On the contrary, the Flying Dragon Organization had to bow and apologize like a lapdog. Who can tell me what happened? After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the old man's temperament finally changed. He became extremely cold and indifferent as he looked at the crowd on the ground. Well, actually, it's nothing much. If Senior has something to do, then please take your leave first. Someone said with a chuckle. Perhaps he thought that the old man was easy to talk to because he had nodded and bowed before him. However, he had forgotten that this kind of easiness depended on the person. Lin Ling had the qualifications to make the assassins bow and bow, but the rest of the people here didn't. If you don't speak, then die. The old man shouted coldly. He didn't seem to have done anything, but on the ground, dozens of lives were taken in an instant. Only then did the people react. It turned out that different people received different treatment. To these assassins, they were actually ants. Kill them all. The old man no longer bowed and bowed like before. He was a living god of death. The assassins immediately pounced and killed a large number of martial artists in a single breath. Blood flowed like a river. I'll talk. Many of the martial artists were afraid and immediately recounted what had happened. The assassins also stopped their attacks and quietly listened. But with every word they heard, their hearts began to violently jump. This Yu family was really bold. They actually made Lin Ling come to the Flying Dragon Organization to apologize. Damn it, were their heads kicked by a donkey? Or were they trying to frame the Flying Dragon Organization? Many assassins couldn't help but shake their heads. No wonder Senior Lin Ling left directly. It seemed that Senior Lin Ling didn't even bother to make a move against these ignorant ants. You dare to order Senior Lin Ling around? What a joke, what a joke. Let me tell you, Senior Lin Ling's achievements in the 9 prefectures is something you can't hope to achieve in your lifetime. Sigh, I don't even bother to explain it to you ants. Everyone listen up, kill everyone from the Yu family. The old man laughed mockingly and ordered the assassins to charge at the Yu family. No. Spare us. Why did the Flying Dragon Organization bow and bow to that young man, but kill us all? Could it be that the young man's background is bigger than the Flying Dragon Organization? The Yu family finally knew the taste of regret. The old man from the Yu family trembled. Thinking back to everything that happened, he wanted to slap himself 3 times. Even the Flying Dragon Organization was afraid of that young man. This meant that the young man was definitely a big shot in the martial god world, a true expert. However, he thought that the young man wanted to use the Yu family's strength to take revenge on the Flying Dragon Organization. He thought that as long as he forced Lin Ling to apologize, the Yu family would be safe and sound. However, the result told him that the young man was on a completely different level from what he thought. While he was thinking, a dagger suddenly came from the void and cut the old man's neck. The old man died with his eyes wide open. His decision had caused the Yu family to die. The warriors in the distance trembled in fear. They didn't expect that the Yu family's decision would cause the destruction of a family with 10,000 years of history. However, they didn't feel that the Yu family was pitiful. Instead, they felt that the Yu family deserved it. Don't kill anymore. At this time, Qing, rushed over and stood in front of the Yu family. The Yu family patriarch cried out in pain, "Qing, don't." At this moment, the Yu family patriarch finally realized that he was wrong, very wrong. He didn't hate the mysterious young man at all because he knew that if the young man wanted to kill them, the Flying Dragon organization wouldn't even have a chance to do so. The young man was more than enough to wipe out the Yu family. The young man didn't do anything because he didn't want to, or because he wanted to save face for Qing. However, the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization didn't care about Qing at all. In their eyes, there were only two kinds of people, the living and the dead. Therefore, their killing intent was locked onto Qing. I saved her not long ago. If you kill her, won't my efforts be in vain? At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded. All the assassins were stunned. The old man's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Ling had left, he still seemed to be paying attention to this place. "Get lost!" he roared, then shot forward and kicked away the assassin who was pouncing on Qing. He knew that if the woman was killed, Lin Ling would definitely come back. Then all the assassins would die here. Speaking of which, he was quite depressed. Chapter 3605. In the Blackstone Empire. "Thank you, sir, for your help." The assassin who was kicked away by the old man said gratefully. He had almost committed a grave mistake. The old man waved his hand and looked at the stubborn Qing. In the end, he said, "You're lucky that the big shot stepped in for you. Your family has escaped this calamity. Let's go." The assassins left with the old man. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. However, the people were upset because the Yu family had suffered great losses. If it wasn't for Qing, they would have been uprooted. "Qing, I didn't expect you to save the Yu family in the end." The Yu family head looked at his daughter and sighed in his heart. At this moment, Lin Ling had left the Sea of Flowers boundary with Yu and the rest. Lin Ling covered Xiao Ning with his boundary essence so that she would be safe and sound. However, the little girl's face was filled with various emotions. She was excited and shocked. She was excited because she could fly and she had arrived at the starry sky world. She was excited because this was the first time she had seen the starry sky world. It was beautiful. She was shocked because Uncle Lin was so powerful. Even the Yu family was no match for him. She was glad that she had persevered. If she had followed the young master of the Yu family, she would have been an ordinary person for the rest of her life. "Xiao Ning, how do you feel?" Yu and Xin Yuangu looked at Xiao Ning with concern. "Thank you, Auntie Yu and Auntie Gu. Xiao Ning is fine." Xiao Ning quickly bowed and said with great respect, "You child, how many times have I told you? We are a family, not a servant." Yu and the rest said helplessly. Lin Ling smiled. He had used his boundary essence to protect Xiao Ning. He knew that Xiao Ning would be fine. "Brother Ling, why didn't you kill those assassins from the Flying Dragon organization?" Suddenly, Yu looked at Lin Ling. She also knew that Lin Ling had a deep grudge with the Flying Dragon organization, so she asked curiously. "Those assassins are just small fries. The true expert of the Flying Dragon organization is the god of assassins. Moreover, they've all gathered in the Darkstone Empire at this moment. I presume they've probably encountered some sort of precious treasure. So if I kill those assassins, it would alert the enemy." Lin Ling said with a smile. "So that's how it is." Yu and the others nodded in understanding. On the other hand, Lin Ling gazed at Little Ning and said, "Little Ning, your natural talent isn't weak. Once we return to the final world, I'll get someone to guide you. At that time, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds as well." When Xiao Ning suddenly heard Lin Ling talking to her, her heart immediately raced. She hurriedly saluted and nodded. Seeing this, Yu and the others secretly laughed. They guessed in their hearts that this little girl probably liked Big Brother Ling. This was normal. After all, every young girl in her prime had a hero's dream. Lin Ling, whether it was strength, appearance, or temperament, all met the requirements. He was a true hero who could support heaven and earth. The few of them traveled through the void. Not long after, they finally arrived at the Blackstone Empire. This realm was even larger than the Sea of Flowers realm. The ground was filled with pitch-black rocks. At a glance, it was boundless. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from it. This realm is not simple. Lin Ling floated in the sky and muttered to himself. Then he led Yu Yu and the others forward. The Blackstone Empire was extremely vast. After walking for half a day, they did not see a single person. The ground was ancient and lonely. The pitch-black rocks made one feel depressed. The vice principal said that this mission will be carried out by the 10 great academies, and I'm just going through the motions. However, so far, I haven't seen any experts from the other academies. Lin Ling looked into the distance and frowned. However, at this moment, his eyes flashed. A familiar aura floated from the distance. Although it was dim, Lin Ling's soul power increased greatly. He instantly sensed it. Could it be that the so-called mutated warriors are actually the World Will? Lin Ling had seen this aura before. It was the World Will. Follow me. Lin Ling increased his speed and shot forward. Yu Yu and the others quickly followed behind. Not long after, under an ancient black mountain, Lin Ling saw more than 10 experts in long robes. They were besieging a monster. This monster was about 20 meters tall. It was extremely tall and sturdy. Its body was pitch black and could explode with great power. However, the two sides seemed to have been fighting for a long time, so they were exhausted. Moreover, there were a few corpses on the ground. They must have been killed by the monster. At this moment, the monster suddenly roared into the sky. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the monster to suddenly become larger. It held 2 huge hammers in its hands. With a sudden smash, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This smash also caused many experts to vomit blood. The situation suddenly became dangerous. When Lin Ling saw this, the dragon bow quietly appeared in his hand. He quickly pulled it out. 1,000 Buddhas greeting. Countless dragon gods' arrows shot towards the monster, and shot towards the monster's forehead. This monster was amazing. It was like a hairless bear king. After being shot between the eyebrows by an arrow, it was safe and sound. Instead, it became even crazier. However, Lin Ling's 1,000 Buddhas greeting was not just a mere arrow. If one arrow could not penetrate it, so what if there were 10,000 arrows? Swoosh! Swoosh! A dense barrage of dragon god arrows shot out and finally blasted the monster alive, leaving behind a black rock that was as thick as a finger. It was sucked into Lin Ling's right hand and fell into his hand. Dead. The experts around were stunned at first. Then, their faces instantly turned ugly. They had almost killed the monster, but someone suddenly ran out and interrupted them and snatched their prey. One had to know that the mission assigned to them by the Academy was to kill these strange warriors. The monster looked terrifying, but in fact, it was transformed from a human. A strange force had entered its body and caused this change. Who are you? How dare you snatch our prey? Do you want to die? A moment later, a young man with long hair shouted angrily at Lin Ling, "What a joke! Is your name written on the head of the prey? Or has the prey been killed by you? Since there is no prey, then the capable will get it." Lin Ling also realized that his mission was to kill these monsters. As long as he killed 10 of them, he could complete the mission assigned by the Academy. Bullshit. If we hadn't been fighting with that monster for so long, do you think you would have a chance? Damn it, tell me your name. I want to see which academy you are from. The young man from before gritted his teeth and cursed. Watch your mouth. Lin Ling frowned and said coldly, although you've been fighting with the monster for a long time, you didn't manage to kill it. Instead, I saved some of you. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're being rude? You're fucking talking nonsense. All of them were furious when they heard this. I remember now. He is the son of Demon Lin Ling, the guy who created the record in the Ethereal Tower. Chapter 3606. Disdain. What? He's Lin Ling? I heard that this guy isn't weak at all. He's just someone with an undeserved reputation. He can only be proud in the God's second hall, but he's nothing in the God's third hall. The experts started to discuss among themselves, and some of them were solemn. Some of them were disdainful. It was obvious that these experts were from the 36 academies. There were experts from the God's second hall, God's first hall, and God's third hall. As for Lin Ling, he was recognized as an expert of the gods' third hall. So many of them were naturally afraid of him. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be a saint after not seeing you for so long. However, we're experts from the Divine Maple Academy. You're not giving the Divine Maple Academy any face by snatching our spoils. At this moment, a handsome man walked out indifferently. Pang Yu. The experts from the Divine Maple Academy's God's Third Hall were recorded on the God's list. It could be said that those who could enter the God's list were stronger than ordinary God's Third Hall experts. Moreover, this person was a second talisman God Paladin. Divine Paladin, this was a title of honor and pride. It not only represented strength but also identity. Then what do you want? Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Among this group of people, this man could be considered the strongest. Very simple. Let's fight. If you win, the spoils will belong to you. If I win, the spoils will belong to me. How about it? Pang Yu said indifferently. There was a jade-like light on the surface of his body, and there was a colorful light behind him. The combination of the two lights gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Sure, let's decide the victor within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song on his back. Shameless boasting. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the loser will definitely be you. Pang Yu was stunned, and he immediately became unhappy. It was undeniable that Lin Ling did have some ability to break the first-place record in the God's Tower. However, Lin Ling was ultimately not an expert on the God's list, and he was a genuine expert on the God's list. However, Lin Ling wanted to decide the victor within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? That was a dream. Cut the crap, take this? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. The tyrant song sword seemed to have arrived from the era of the gods. It cut through the sky and slashed towards Pang Yu. On the horizon, a dazzling beam of light arrived like a shooting star. Titan! When he saw this, Pang Yu shouted in a low voice as well, and then a wisp of an ancient aura erupted from him like a god and a demon. Rumble! An enormous divine python shot into the sky from behind Pang Yu. This divine python was like an ancient tree that towered into the sky, and its body was covered in multicolored scales. Moreover, it had a blood-red python crown on its head. Divine Titan Snake. The experts of the Divine Maple Academy all cried out in alarm. This is a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. That's not all. It said that Brother Pang's ultimate desolate body is about to be upgraded, so it should be at the peak of grade 5. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. At that time, we'll be able to brag that Lin Ling from the Transcendence Tower was defeated by an expert from the Divine Maple Academy. Many people roared in excitement. Rumble! At that moment, Lin Ling slashed down with his sword. However, a divine python immediately rushed out from the ground and blocked Lin Ling's sword. This talent is quite impressive. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At the same time, he recalled a classic saying, "A greedy snake swallows an elephant." This meant that the python had the strength to swallow an elephant. However, it was too greedy and failed. As for the divine python in front of him, it was definitely a seed of gods from the era of gods. That's all you've got. At that moment, Pang Yu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. However, he was also extremely shocked. Lin Ling was only at the Sage Realm, but his strength was beyond imagination. This strength was also very strange. Not only did his Jeyuan not seem to be at the Sage Realm, it even had an additional physical strength. It was no wonder that Lin Ling's name could shake the 36 academies. He was indeed extraordinary. Is that so? Lin Ling muttered to himself. With a twitch of his brows, an ancient divine monument came crashing down from the sky. Rumble! Pang Yu stomped his feet, causing the ground to crack. However, he also grinned and said, "That's all you've got." Is that so? Lin Ling still said the same thing. He was not moved at all and did not show any anger. However, the sword in his hand suddenly surged with murderous intent. Demonic sword. It gradually increased from 10% to 30%. Pang Yu's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had the power of an ancestor and was so powerful? Do you still dare to say that? Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and maintained his slashing posture. However, he also said sarcastically. This sentence was full of ridicule, causing Pang Yu to fly into a rage out of humiliation. That's all you've got? Pang Yu also roared and unleashed his full strength. The Titan Divine Python behind him made a strange sound. Then, a large number of pythons appeared. They were densely packed and covered the entire ground. It made one's scalp tingle. These pythons swam out and kept intertwining, forming a huge python pillar. It surged into the sky in an attempt to block Lin Ling's sword. Rumble! The Blackstone Empire was also in a frenzy at this moment. What a terrifying power! The Divine Maple Academy's experts all retreated, their faces full of admiration. It seems that you've only got this much. However, Lin Ling's expression still did not change when such a huge power appeared. The tyrannical song sword in his hand suddenly became terrifying. Endless murderous intent spread and rushed toward the pythons on the ground. Those pythons were hit by the murderous intent and immediately became motionless like stone statues. At the same time, Lin Ling's demonic sword had also increased to 40%, causing Pang Yu to sink. His eyes instantly turned red as he tried to block Lin Ling's sword, but it was useless. Big Brother Pang, you can do it. This one-sided battle undoubtedly caused the Divine Maple Academy's experts to shout. They did not want Pang Yu to lose. It would be a great humiliation for the Divine Maple Academy. However, was shouting useful? Eye of Chaos. At this moment, Lin Ling used another technique. His eyes changed. They were ancient, ferocious, and terrifying. The moment these eyes appeared, a formless and colorless ferocious aura arrived, causing all the pythons on the ground to tremble and flee through the cracks in the ground. As for Pang Yu, his eyes turned blank. His heart of martial arts was attacked by the ferocious aura. For a moment, he began to doubt himself. However, it was not only him. Even the experts not far away were affected. Rumble! Pang Yu's aura weakened, and Lin Ling's sword slashed down as if it could split the heavens and earth. Swoosh! The largest Titan Divine Python was cut in half by the sword. When the sword slashed the ground, the entire ground cracked open. Even the black rocks could not block Lin Ling's sword. As for Pang Yu, he was slashed to the ground. A sword scar appeared on his cheek, and blood slowly flowed out. However, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, he looked at him with disdain. I've lost. Pang Yu looked blankly at the man floating in the sky. His confidence in himself was shaken again. What's your rank on the Divine List's stairway to heaven? In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at him indifferently. Number 467. Pang Yu weakly replied. No wonder you're so weak. Chapter 3607. Kill stealing. Wait, how did you defeat me? Moreover, you defeated me. Why aren't you happy at all? You have to know that you defeated an expert on the God list. Seeing Lin Ling calmly leave, Pang Yu roared in disbelief. Although Lin Ling broke the record of the God's Tower, from the perspective of the 36 academies, he is only an expert of the third hall. He can't even be counted as an expert on the God list, let alone God's Paladin. But now, Lin Ling defeated him, which means that Lin Ling is also a God's Paladin and can enter the God list. However, with such an honor, Lin Ling doesn't have the slightest bit of pride. A long, long time ago, I was able to defeat an expert on the God list. Lin Ling's voice finally came from the distance. His words made Pang Yu's body tremble. He remembered everything he knew about Lin Ling. Snow Wind Academy's newcomer king. Snow Wind Academy's first hall. In the 36 academies, he was the first sage to pass the God's trial and even broke the record of the God's Tower. This kind of rising star is also someone that every third hall's expert wants to defeat because they can use this opportunity to shake the world. But after this battle, Pang Yu discovered that the gap between him and Lin Ling is too big. Because a long, long time ago, Lin Ling was able to defeat an expert like Pang Yu. Just how strong is he? Pang Yu shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling, who left in a carefree manner, and knew that Lin Ling didn't hurt him because he disdained to do so. The surrounding experts of the Divine Maple Academy were also shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. This guy is really abnormal. He said that he would finish the battle in an incense stick's worth of time, but it seems like he just became an expert of the third hall. Yes, I have been an expert of the third hall for 300 years, but I still can't enter the god list. But he just entered the third hall circle and he can already defeat an expert on the god list. It's too enviable. Maybe this guy was already so powerful when he was in the Shin-E Hall. Following that, those experts discussed animatedly, extremely depressed. They could only let Lin Ling snatch the spoils of war. In fact, Lin Ling really disdained to make a move against Pang Yu. He was only interested in people like Duan Wuzhan and Duan Wuhan. After that, Lin Ling casually walked around the Blackstone Empire. At the same time, he was constantly hunting down mutant martial artists. 2 of them. 3 venerables. 5 of them. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to completing the mission. It had to be said that this mission was really simple. Lin Ling was just going through the motions. However, Lin Ling's luck seemed to be pretty good when he found the 10th variant race martial artist. Because he had met someone from the Flying Dragon organization. These people were also besieging a mutated warrior. However, after the mutated warrior was absorbed by the world's will, it transformed into a massive ancient tree. Powerful energy spewed out from the ancient tree, allowing it to resist the ultimate desolate body of an expert. Kill him. We must get the map. The Lord said that the map hid a warrior with wood elemental talent. It should be him. Boss Gajian, our luck is pretty good. A large number of excited voices came from the crowd. Leading them was a handsome youth. He held a white jade wine flask in his hand as he casually drank from it. The key is mine. After drinking a mouthful, the youth lazily said. He appeared extremely confident. The experts in the surroundings were not weak. After crazily attacking, the ancient tree's leaves also scattered. A large amount of World Will's power was disappearing. However, what was strange was that this World Will's power was actually green and no longer black. The last variant race martial artist. Furthermore, our luck is pretty good. We have met the Flying Dragon organization. It looks like we will have to kill Steel again. From afar, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He warned Yu Yu and company before shooting forward. As for Yu Yu and company, they laughed. During this period of time, Lin Ling seemed to have killed quite a number of kills. The others could only curse their bad luck when they met him. There are a total of 8 maps. Rather than calling it a map, it's better to call it a key. Those who possess the map can sit on the 8 Kings' throne and enter there. If I can obtain the treasure left behind by Godslayer, I can also become the next Godslayer. The youth who was drinking laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. Boss Shunjian, this is your lucky chance. The Flying Dragon organization's future belongs to you. A good start is half the battle. Now, all that's left is for Boss Gajian to obtain the map. The surrounding people immediately began to flatter him. This left Lin Ling speechless. Didn't they say that the Flying Dragon organization was made up of cold-blooded killers? How could there be such a retard? From the looks of it, regardless of the large faction, there would be differences in strength. Birds of a feather flock together. Perhaps those killers who were the least like killers would gather together. Brothers, don't worry, if I become the god of assassins, you can kill as many people as you want, I can satisfy you. The young man called Shunjian was still drinking, his face was red, he seemed to be even more excited. Sorry to interrupt. This variant warrior is mine. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice finally sounded, interrupting everyone's excitement. Next, a sword descended from the sky, revealing its sharpness, and cut the ancient tree in half. From the ancient tree, a dazzling golden key appeared. The key was about the size of a palm, and a large number of complicated runes were engraved on it. After Lin Ling glanced at it, he stretched out his left hand and sucked the key into his hand. Everyone was silent. All the killers looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Who the fuck are you? A moment later, the The youth who was drinking roared angrily. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that you are very unlucky to have met me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Fuck. Rebel. Rebel. Kill him. Kill him. How dare you steal our treasure? Kill him. The people around the youth reacted one by one, and their eyes instantly turned red with anger. However, as soon as Lin Ling moved, all the angry voices disappeared, because Lin Ling had already disappeared from where he was standing and appeared in front of the young man in an instant. He said calmly, Your wine seems to be quite good. Kill him. This caused the youth's pupils to constrict. What fast speed! The guy in front of him was definitely not ordinary. Tell me, where does the Flying Dragon organization want to go, and what do you want? Also, what is the use of this key? Kill him. Lin Ling shook the key in his hand. When the key appeared, everyone's eyes followed the key, and their bodies trembled with anger. That was because the Flying Dragon organization had asked them to look for a mutant martial artist with a key, and their luck was pretty good. They had almost gotten the key, but an arrogant person suddenly ran over. Not only did he steal the monster, he even stole the key. This was a cooked duck flying away. Bastard. Chapter 3608. Listen to the 8 gods' heavenly palace again. Especially the young man who was drinking, he was the most furious, because his chance to rise to the top had instantly disappeared, and he was forcefully stepped down from the clouds. Just as he was about to roar, a sword landed beside his neck, stopping him from doing anything else. Speak. If you don't die. Lin Ling said indifferently. Big brother Xinjian, don't say it, we assassins are the most arrogant. The others immediately said angrily. This was too much. After snatching their treasures, they actually dared to threaten them. However, Lin Ling did not waste his breath. The sword lightly moved forward, cutting through the young man's skin. This sword also caused the young man to instantly surrender, his forehead covered in sweat as he shouted, 8 gods' heavenly palace. It's the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There are 8 keys. After gathering all of them, we can reach the 5th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. And our Flying Dragon organization is here to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed in disdain and asked again, What treasure does the 8 gods' heavenly palace have that attracted your Flying Dragon organization? However, after feeling the cold air on his neck, he finally opened his mouth. The god-killing shield, the god-killing dagger, these are the divine tools left behind by the god-killing assassin. Our Flying Dragon organization's goal is these 2 treasures, and the god-killing assassin is the totem of the Flying Dragon organization, and is also the only god of assassins in the era of gods. In the Flying Dragon organization, whoever obtains the god-killing treasure will be the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization, and can summon the Flying Dragon organization. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. It seems that for these 2 treasures, even the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization has come. And to Lin Ling, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Very good, thank you for your cooperation. After obtaining the information he wanted, Lin Ling also planned to leave, but just as he took a step, his gaze landed on the wine pot in the young man's hand. This wine pot was somewhat extraordinary. It seemed to be a divine tool. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling staring at him with ill intentions, the young man quietly took a step back. Hee, it's a waste for you to keep this jug. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Ling was also a wine lover. When he smelled the aroma of the wine, he couldn't help himself. You stole the key, and now you dare to steal my wine jug. The young man roared angrily. He actually regarded the wine jug as more important than his own life, and began to fight Lin Ling with all his might. However, this was of no use at all. Lin Ling easily dealt with him and even trampled him under his feet. TSK, a divine barrier. Furthermore, it was forged with solemn Yishen mud, heavenly jewels, and the 7 saints' flame thunder fire. Furthermore, it probably took 10,000 years to forge. After checking the wine jug, Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was because this wine jug had a huge function, and that was to pour any water into it. After 2 hours, it would turn into fine wine. It was extremely convenient. Furthermore, if some heavenly treasures were added, the taste of the wine would be even better. This was simply an automatic winemaker. Moreover, not only was the winemaking speed fast, the wine that was brewed was also very old. It's mine. Lin Ling immediately put away the wine jug. You're dead meat. This wine jug belongs to the Emperor of Assassins of our Flying Dragon organization. He's just borrowing it. If you dare to take it away, even if you run to the ends of the earth, he'll catch you. That elder is famous for only recognizing the wine jug and not the person. On the ground, Shen Jian was so angry that his nose was crooked. Shut up, loser. Lin Ling knocked him out with one foot. Then he strode into the sky and left with Yu Yu and the others. Who is this person? How dare he provoke the Flying Dragon organization? Damn it. Not only did he steal the key, but he also stole the Emperor of Assassins' Jade Ice wine jug. He's dead meat. There's a barrier around the wine jug. If the Emperor of Assassins can find him through the wine jug, he's definitely dead meat. The assassins were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only whisper among themselves. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling heard them, he didn't care at all. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw the barrier hidden in the wine jug and easily destroyed it. However, the barrier was carved on the inside of the wine jug. Therefore, even if it was destroyed, it would still be effective for a short period of time. It would allow the original owner to detect Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't care about this. First, the Flying Dragon organization had tried to kill him many times. They were just collecting interest. Second, there weren't many people in the Flying Dragon organization who could kill him. 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Then, Lin Ling looked at the golden key in his hand. His face revealed a look of nostalgia. Brother Lin Ling, it's the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace again. Yu Yu naturally knew about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. It was one of the 7 great forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures. It was also the only heavenly palace that no one had reached its peak. Lin Ling sighed. In his previous life, he had entered the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace many times, but he had only reached the 6th level. And in this life, Lin Ling had already ventured out twice. This would be the 3rd time. No matter what, he wouldn't miss it. The opening of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace is always a sensational event. I'm afraid that this time is no exception. Let's go, Yu. We can't miss such a grand event. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. But Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at each other and nodded. On the other hand, Xiao Ning was a little confused. She didn't know anything about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. However, she was getting more and more excited, because following Lin Ling, she had seen many things that she would never have the chance to see in her entire life, especially in the past. Every time she saw Lin Ling being provoked, she would tremble in fear. However, in the end, Lin Ling would crush his opponents every time. This made her admire him greatly. The key in Lin Ling's hand kept flashing, and it actually pointed out the direction. According to the young man, there were 8 keys. After collecting all the keys, the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace could be opened. This meant that if they followed the direction, they would definitely find the other 7 keys. At that moment, Lin Ling followed the direction of the keys. Along the way, he encountered more and more experts. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be experts from various big academies. However, there were even more experts in the center. In an open-air ruin, a large number of people were sitting there. Many tables were set up, and on the tables were a large amount of delicious food. We're here. Lin Ling looked at the key in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Brother Ling, there seems to be a lot of experts over there. Xian Yuangu immediately reminded him. Don't worry, we're not weak either. Lin Ling pinched Xian Yuangu's little face and smiled faintly. This made Xian Yuangu glare at him coquettishly and scold, "You're so annoying." At the side, Yu Yu immediately covered her mouth and laughed, while Xiao Ning's pretty face suddenly blushed. The few of them quickly landed on the ground and then walked toward the ruin. There were many experts from various academies around them. Some of them were also walking toward the ruin, while others were watching from afar. I heard that Princess Tian found a mystery realm. Currently, she's gathering experts there. Chapter 3609. Heroes Assembly. I heard it's the 8 Gods Celestial Palace. Unfortunately, the 8 Gods Celestial Palace isn't a place anyone can enter unless they're invited. The passers-by discussed animatedly, their eyes filled with envy. As experts of the Academy, they had naturally heard of the 8 Gods Celestial Palace. The palace left behind by the gods contained countless treasures. If one could obtain one, they would be able to soar to the heavens. However, the 8 Gods Celestial Palace was monopolized by experts, causing many people to only be able to watch and not enter. Only the truly famous experts would receive an invitation. Miao Shen's true inheritance? Brother Ling, Sister Yeshui is also a true disciple of Miao Shen. I wonder if she knows this Princess Tin. Yu Yu immediately whispered upon hearing the voices around her. That's hard to say. After all, Miao Shen's true inheritance is also very big. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, but what makes me curious is how many experts have gathered at the 8 Gods Celestial Palace this time. As they walked, they finally arrived at the entrance of the ruins. However, there were many guards here, and they were all experts of the Academy. To be able to summon experts of the Academy as guards, this also showed the prestige of the master. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Those people immediately looked at Lin Ling expressionlessly. Invitation? Lin Ling frowned. He definitely didn't have such a thing. However, he had the key. If the master knew about this, he would definitely welcome him. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately said. I don't know. Without the key, no one can enter the banquet. You guys can leave by yourselves. The few guards said nonchalantly, their faces expressionless as if Lin Ling and the others were mere ants. Snobs. Shen Yuang instantly frowned and subconsciously cursed. Although these people were martial artists of the Academy, they weren't strong. Who gave them the courage? No invitation. Lin Ling, you're really unlucky. At this time, a loud laughter suddenly sounded, causing Lin Ling to turn around and see a familiar face. Wu Zun. Lin Ling did not expect that after the divine artifact competition ended, Wu Zun would actually come here too. Lin Ling, aren't you very powerful in the Heaven Sword City? Why was he not welcomed here? Wu Zun led several people over. When he saw Lin Ling, Wu Zun grew even more excited. Country bumpkin, this is Princess Tian's Hero's Feast. Hero. Do you know what a hero is? You don't seem to understand. You can only be a bear for the rest of your life. See? This is the invitation. It's made of black gold. Do you have it? You don't have it at all, and you still want to participate in the banquet? Dream on. Wu Zun said proudly as an invitation appeared in his hand. He had suffered too much humiliation at the hands of Lin Ling. This time, he would definitely seize the opportunity to release the unhappiness in his heart. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. Wu Zun was already inferior to him in the Tongshan Tower, let alone now. He could not understand where this guy's confidence came from. Could it be that he had suffered too much, causing his heart to become twisted? You guys, why aren't you chasing him away? In the name of Princess Tin, kick him out. Kick all of you out. After feeling proud, Wu Zun said to the guards. Then he naturally looked at Lin Ling proudly. However, when he saw Yu Yu and the rest, he became spirited. Of course, don't chase these beauties away. I can bring them along. Before he could finish speaking, a fist broke through the void, arriving at a speed faster than 500 worlds. It was Lin Ling. Bang. The fist hit Wu Zun's face, breaking his nose. Blood gushed out from his nose and teeth, causing him to bend over like a shrimp and squat on the ground. Lin Ling shook his head. When facing an idiot like Wu Zun, sometimes there was no need to talk nonsense. One could just directly attack. Bang. Then, Lin Ling stepped on Wu Zun's shoulder, forcing him to the ground, and said indifferently, "Aren't you very talkative? Now, say another one." Bang! This scene undoubtedly shocked many people. Who is that? How unlucky, to be trampled under someone's foot. Bang! It's Wu Zun. He's not weak, an expert who just entered the god list. Bang! Compared to Wu Zun, the one who stepped on him is more domineering. Bang! After being stepped on by Lin Ling, Wu Zun tried to resist and stand up several times, but his body was so heavy that any resistance was ineffective. This made him so angry that his nose was crooked. How many times had he been humiliated by Lin Ling? If he did not remember wrongly, this was the third time. What are you all standing there for? Our distinguished guest invited by Princess Tian is now being beaten up. Are you still not going to do anything? Bang! However, Wu Zun was not stupid. He knew that he was not Lin Ling's opponent, so he asked for help from others. The guards frowned. In fact, they also felt that Lin Ling was very arrogant. He stepped on people in front of the heroes' assembly. He did not put Princess Tian in his eyes at all. Moreover, the heroes' assembly had gathered experts from various academies. What qualifications did this youth have to be arrogant? Your Excellency, this is Princess Tian's private place. You are behaving atrociously here. Please come with us and release the person under your foot. One of them said indifferently. Private place? Lin Ling could not help but laugh. This Princess Tian really knew how to think. After all, everyone came to the Blackstone Empire at about the same time. Now, the Blackstone Empire had become Princess Tian's private place. What if I don't release him? What if I don't come with you? Lin Ling said indifferently. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Let me remind Your Excellency. As guards, we may not be the strongest. However, the heroes' assembly is full of experts. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, look at its master. The guard said again. His words carried a strong threat. What he meant was that Princess Tian and the experts of the heroes' assembly were not people you could provoke. You'd better listen to them obediently. You also know that you are dogs. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, he kicked out. Lin Ling used a lot of strength in this kick. Boom! The guard immediately shot forward like a cannonball, smashing through many ruins. You! The remaining guards suddenly narrowed their eyes. You want to threaten me, Lin Ling? Why don't you look at your own abilities? Lin Ling waved his right hand heavily. His palms swept out like a dragon's claw, sweeping the remaining guards away. Then Lin Ling kicked again. Wu Zun, who was under his foot, was kicked forward like trash. At the same time, he said indifferently, Wu Zun, you have repeatedly humiliated and provoked me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? His leg was like the leg of a world-swallowing beast and the tail of a dragon god. It was not something that Wu Zun could block. However, when Wu Zun heard Lin Ling's words, he was so angry that he bit his teeth. If he had repeatedly provoked Lin Ling, Wu Zun would accept it. But repeatedly humiliating Lin Ling? Who was the one humiliating who? Chapter 3610. 8 seats. Fuck, domineering. How domineering? Without an invitation token, he actually barged in. This fellow is too ferocious. However, who the hell is he? Isn't he a little too bold? This is truly a forceful barge. The surrounding people were given a fright as they watched Lin Ling enter the banquet. Rumble. At this moment, Wu Zun was being kicked forward by Lin Ling like a rubber ball. When he reached the banquet, he knocked over a large number of tables, affecting the eating of the experts. Finally, an expert snorted and kicked out, sending Wu Zun flying into the distance like trash. Poor Wu Zun. He was an expert in the ethereal towers assessment, but in the banquet he was as insignificant as an ant. The entire banquet fell silent. A frightening baleful aura stealthily permeated the air. All the experts in the banquet were looking at Lin Ling. And for these experts to be invited by Princess Tin, how weak could they be? It could be said that the people who appeared here all had the title of Sacred Knight of the Three Talisman Gods. They were the elites of the Three Divine Halls elites, much stronger than people like Wu Zun. And now, while they were eating, a domineering person had appeared. How could they not be angry? Seniors, he did not have an invitation token. He barged in. A distance away, a heavily injured guard crawled back and shouted with difficulty. Barged in? The experts were even more enraged. This person was looking down on them and Princess Tian. You? Who are you? Finally, A man in silver armor stood up. His entire being was like a divine beast. His name was Hu Ho, an expert from the Holy Dragon Institute, one of the 36 colleges. He was a sacred knight of the 4 talisman gods and was ranked 442 on the god ranking stairway to heaven. The 36 colleges gathered the strongest warriors of the 9 prefectures and the myriad worlds, but only 500 people were recorded on the god ranking. For him to be ranked 442, it was obvious how strong he was. As for Lin Ling, when he swept his gaze across the crowd, his soul force immediately sensed that these people were very strong. There were even some who had a grade 6 ultimate desolate body. There were even some who had a grade 7 ultimate desolate body. There was a domineering aura about them, as if they were kings and hegemons. They wanted to become the oldest deities. And when this aura rushed out, it caused Lin Ling's fighting spirit to boil. If he wanted revenge, if he wanted to reach the pinnacle of Huanyu, he would have to face these powerhouses. Lin Ling also had the heart of a powerhouse. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He held Yu's hands and strode forward. What? Everyone instantly frowned. An arrogant junior had suddenly appeared, and he didn't even say a word when he saw them. Was this arrogant disdain to speak, or was he too timid to speak? However, on the surface, they all thought that Lin Ling was arrogant and disdainful to say it. Of course, there were also many powerhouses who sneered. This junior was dead meat. As for Lin Ling, he followed the chair and walked forward. At the front of the ruins, there were 8 stone tables. They were clearly different from the other tables. Furthermore, there were only a few stone tables that were empty. Looking at the other tables, even though they were overcrowded, no one sat at those stone tables. It could be seen that those stone tables weren't simple. However, Lin Ling strode forward and stopped at the rightmost stone table. Following that, he sat down. The moment he sat down, it was earth-shattering. All sorts of voices rang out. Everyone's mouth was agape. That was because those 8 stone tables had already been reserved. Only those with great status and strength were qualified to sit there. However, Lin Ling sat down with his wife. He sat down without hesitation. Was this guy crazy? Bang. Finally, someone angrily slammed the table and stood up. His killing intent was surging. That was because Lin Ling had taken the seat of first seat. Wasn't this stepping on them all? That's Lin Ling. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The person who spoke was actually the most important person in the Tongshan Tower, Lord Long. No one had expected him to come as well. Even more unexpected was that he was the one standing among the crowd. Who's Lin Ling? One of the experts shouted in a dignified manner. Lin Ling, the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower, the one who broke the record of the 10 ultimate martial gods, and the first saint to pass the 3 stages of the deity stage. Lord Long frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. In the past, he had lost to Lin Ling, so he worked hard to wash away that humiliation. However, after meeting him today, he realized that the gap between him and Lin Ling had not shortened. Instead, it had widened. In front of these experts, Lord Long could only stand, but Lin Ling dared to sit. This was the gap between them. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the first seat. Lin Ling? That guy from the Snow Wind Academy? The experts in the surroundings frowned at first, but gradually, they remembered. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he was the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower. However, this Lin Ling was too arrogant. Did he think that the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower was the number 1 of the Shenzhen Hall? One had to know that there were 36 academies in the final world, and the number of experts in the Shenzhen Hall was innumerable. There was also a divide between those who were on the god list and those who were not. Although Lin Ling was the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower, it only meant that he was slightly powerful. In terms of strength, he could not compare to the experts on the god list. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not weak. He can already enter the god list. At this time, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. If Lin Ling could see the person who spoke, he would naturally recognize him. This person was Huang Fuyao, the son of the Grand Tutor who had lost to Lin Ling in Emperor Miao's shrine. Huang Fuyao was also an expert on the god list. Naturally, he was qualified to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Moreover, he was treated better than Lord Long. At least, he was given a seat. However, although Lord Long seemed to be praising Lin Ling, in reality, he had also made Lin Ling a thorn in his side. Sure enough, the crowd's gaze on Lin Ling became even more malicious. This Lin Ling, did he think that he could be so arrogant just because he had barely entered the god list? More and more people are coming. I Wu Feiming am here. At this time, a man with long silver hair strode in. He was wearing beast skin and bones, and his every movement carried the aura of the netherworld. Wu Feiming. Everyone's eyes flickered. This was a top expert. The newcomer walked slowly and sat down not far away from Lin Ling. So far, out of the 8 chief seats, 4 of them had already been taken. They were Lin Ling, Wu Feiming, an old man, and a man in golden armor. Wu Feiming, the expert of the land of eternal rest of the 9 prefectures 10 banes, I didn't expect you to be here. At this time, the man in golden armor smiled faintly. What? You're not allowed to. The silver-haired man sneered coldly. There's nothing wrong with that. You have the right to do so. Moreover, you also have the key, so I have no right to criticize you. The man in golden armor smiled. Then he looked at the old man beside him and explained, "This is the expert of the Duan family. His name is Duan Feihong, and he is here on behalf of the Duan family." The old man nodded at the man in golden armor. "And I am Wangu Qianji, the number 1 genius of the number 1 family in Miao Prefecture." The man in golden armor introduced himself. Chapter 3611. Golden Robe. All of a sudden, their gazes landed on Lin Ling, especially Wu Feiming. He was the most unfamiliar with Lin Ling. Wangu Qianji looked at Lin Ling and chuckled. This is? In truth, he already knew of Lin Ling's background. Lin Ling's seat belonged to a member of the Flying Dragon organization. After all, most of the 8 seats were already filled with names. The Flying Dragon organization had already taken up 3 of the seats. Wu Feiming stared at Lin Ling, and his curiosity about Lin Ling grew. Who was this person? How did he have the qualifications to sit in one of the 8 seats? Everyone sneered coldly, and they guessed that Lin Ling didn't know the key to the first seat. It was impossible for him to back down now. My name is Lin Ling. However, on the stone table, Lin Ling held a wine jug and drank lightly. After that, there was nothing left. Yu and the rest continued eating, ignoring the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling was too disrespectful. The 3 people had already introduced themselves, but Lin Ling only said his name. This? Wu Feiming frowned. Wangu Qianji was also stunned. He never expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. It was one thing for him to look down on others, but he even dared to look down on the 8 seats. Snow Wind Academy's Xunle has arrived. Right at this time, a sharp voice rang out, and a pale-faced man walked in with a large group of assassins. Ningbo Tao has arrived. The voice didn't stop, and another person arrived. This time, he brought a large group of experts with him. When the 2 of them met halfway, they bowed slightly and introduced themselves. Shenlu, an expert from Snow Wind Academy's Shin Sand Hall, an expert on the God-ranking Sky Stairway, a holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, from the Flying Dragon organization, and an 18 kills assassin. Ningbo Tao, from the Heavenly Court, an expert on the God-ranking Sky and Earth ranking, a holy knight of the 5 talisman gods. Everyone went into an uproar when they heard the 2 of them. Expert, this is a true expert. As for Lin Ling, he was still drinking, but his eyes flickered. These 2 people were acquaintances and he didn't expect them to come as well. As for Kagura, there was no need to even mention her. She had just been crushed by Lin Ling during the auction. Of course, at that time, Lin Ling didn't know why Kagura was targeting him. But now, he knew that Kagura was a member of the Flying Dragon organization. As for Ningbo Tao, last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Ningbo Tao and Duan Wuhan had joined hands to seize the divine treasures, but he had interrupted them. It was as if Ningbo Tao had the innate talent of one of the 4 heavenly ears of the universe, the Thunder Heavenly Ears. While Lin Ling was thinking, the 2 of them directly sat down in one of the 8 seats. As a result, 6 out of the 8 seats were taken. Among the 6 people, other than Lin Ling who was still drinking, the others looked at each other and nodded. However, when Ningbo Tao and Kagura saw Lin Ling, their pupils constricted. Ningbo Tao's eyes were filled with anger. Last time, Lin Ling had caused trouble for him. He had been looking for this kid, but he had met him here. As for Kagura, she wasn't angry. She was furious. Not long ago, during the divine weapon competition, Lin Ling had stolen his treasure. Who knew that in such a short time he would meet Lin Ling again? The smell of gunpowder is strong. Yeah, so far, the experts in the 8 seats don't like Lin Ling. There's going to be a good show. The surrounding experts also sensed the atmosphere, and they were all looking forward to it. Kagura was about to stand up, but at this time, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Princess Tian has arrived. Princess Tian was the host of this event. She was the one who had called all the heroes here. Moreover, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen, and her status was higher than many of the people present. Under countless gazes, a gorgeous woman with outstanding appearance walked into the ruins with a large number of experts. Not only was this woman not weak, but her temperament was also not weak. She had the aura of a superior. Her eyes were calm, but when she looked at the crowd, there was a sense of contempt. Lin Ling also glanced at her and found that Princess Tian's talent wasn't the strongest, but she was full of treasures. She had a lot of hidden divine weapons. Obviously, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, so naturally, she had a lot of treasures. Looking behind the heavenly princess, there were many experts. However, Lin Ling sensed a familiar aura in the crowd. Longyang. This woman is really powerful. She's everywhere. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Lin Ling knew Longyang in the spirit province. Normally, people like Longyang would find it difficult to enter the final world. However, Longyang wasn't much weaker than Lin Ling. He could see her on every important occasion, and she had quietly grown. Now, she was walking together with Princess Tian. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, Princess Tian had already sat down in one of the 8 seats. Her every move had the demeanor of an emperor. We just arrived. Princess Tian, you don't have to be so polite. The others quickly said politely. Even Ningbo Tao didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Princess Tian. After all, offending Miao Shen's true disciple was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. This was because 80% of the weapons in the final world were in the hands of Miao Shen's true disciples. Everyone is too polite. It's fine as long as you didn't wait for too long. Princess Tian suddenly smiled. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the people following her immediately sat down at the stone table. These people were recruited by her. There were young and old people, but their strength was unfathomable. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Duan Feihong, and the others immediately narrowed their eyes. They knew that Princess Tian was a strong opponent in this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I've brought a lot of people with me. For example, this is a senior with a high status. Sensing everyone's reverence, Princess Tian smiled faintly and didn't hide anything. She pointed to a middle-aged man behind her and said, "This is?" Everyone was puzzled. To be introduced so solemnly by Princess Tian, this person should have a strong background. Everyone's gaze also fell on that person. This person was about 40 years old. He was a little thin and weak. He had 2 strands of beard on his face, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was wearing a wide robe embroidered with ancient sacred runes. It looked like a powerful defensive divine weapon. Golden Supreme Robe. Suddenly, Duan Feihong cried out in surprise. Senior Duan is indeed knowledgeable. That's right, he is the Golden Supreme Robe Boundary Deity, Great Master Inu. Princess Tian smiled faintly and introduced him proudly. Boundary Deity? Golden Supreme Robe? Everyone's expression changed greatly. It must be known that being able to become a boundary deity was already an extremely rare existence. However, Miao Shen's true inheritance strived for perfection. Boundary deity was born above boundary deity, and these robes were used to determine the strength of a boundary deity. Among them, the golden supreme robe was an existence that surpassed boundary deity. Such an existence was treated as a VIP even by the Duan family. In the 9 prefectures, there was no one who didn't revere him and spoil him. Because as long as you had enough materials, the golden supreme robe boundary deity could forge a real divine weapon for you. Greetings, Senior. Chapter 36:12. Beat him up. In the middle of the feast, everyone bowed and saluted. Senpai, my name is Kagura. I'm a top-notch assassin in the Flying Dragon Organization, and I've been groomed by the Flying Dragon Organization. Kagura was all smiles as she openly flattered Seiji. Not long ago, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling in the auction. However, if he knew a golden pattern sovereign, who would dare to humiliate him? Yes. Master Inu nodded lightly. He was already used to this kind of respect. He hadn't sat down at the stone table yet because he felt that it was too shameful to sit down like this. No matter what, he was a golden-marked exalted cloak world spiritist. If he wanted to sit, he would have his own stone table. After that, he placed his hands behind his back and walked past the stone tables. Suddenly, he was attracted by a few beautiful women, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Seeing this, Princess Tien and the others also smiled. World spiritist deities were all eccentric. Some of them were introverted and isolated, some of them were narcissistic. As for Grandmaster Yin Yuzhang, he was a playboy. He was known as a playboy. As for him, it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to those beauties. Soon, Master Inu stopped in front of a stone table. He looked at a young man who was drinking and said, "I've taken a liking to these beauties. You can scram now." There was no pleasantries, nor was there any nonsense. There was only one sentence, "You can scram now." Incomparably domineering. However, Elder Inu had the qualifications to do so. Just based on the 4 words Golden Rune Supreme Rune. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they laughed coldly. The stone table that Master Inu had stopped at was Lin Ling's stone table. Lin Ling was out of luck. Even Ningbo Tao and the others did not dare to provoke Master Inu Zhang. Now that he had set his eyes on Lin Ling could only kneel and leave. However, Lin Ling was still drinking the wine. He seemed to have taken a liking to the wine jug he snatched back. However, after drinking a few mouthfuls, he laughed and said, "Try saying it again." Lin Ling's amiable smile, coupled with the wine pot in his hand, made others feel as if he was trying to curry favor with Master Inu Zhang. However, Yu and the others knew that Lin Ling was angry, extremely angry. This master seemed to have touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Master Inu frowned and spat out a few words. "Get out, get out, get out." As a supreme with golden runes, how could he be a coward? Lin Ling told him to speak, so why wouldn't he dare to? Moreover, he would say it 3 times in a row. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He suddenly grabbed Master Inu's neck and slammed him onto the stone table. With his other hand, he grabbed the cups and other items on the table and smashed them onto the table. Bang bang bang. The cups were all broken. Woo woo. Master Inu Zhang was slammed onto the table. His limbs were all over the table, and he was almost knocked unconscious. This was because he didn't expect that someone would dare to beat up a supreme with golden runes in public. However, Lin Ling was getting more and more violent. He grabbed the wine jugs around him and used the power of 6,000 worlds to smash Master Inu Zhang's head until it was covered in blood. No matter what master you are, if you dare to tease Yu, I'll beat you up first. The banquet was dead silent. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Even the experts who were drinking wine dropped their wine cups from their hands due to shock. Lin Ling was too fierce. He even dared to hit a supreme with golden runes. Moreover, he was beating him like a dead dog. Man, this is what a real man looks like. On Princess Tien's table, Long Yang couldn't help but snicker. She was very satisfied. Obviously, she had been teased by Master Inu Zhang when she was with Princess Tien. Now that she saw Lin Ling smashing his head, how could she not be happy? Suddenly, she felt that Lin Ling was very cute. If he didn't like you, let alone a master, even if you were a god, he would still beat you up. However, Princess Tien's face turned ugly. That young man dared to beat her people, and beat them so ruthlessly. Seeing this, Kagura understood and immediately shouted angrily, "Lin Lin Lin, stop right there." Stop. After saying that, a jade mask floated towards Lin Ling. This mask had two faces. One was smiling and the other was crying. It made people's hair stand on end. Kagura made her move. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. Like Wu Song hitting a tiger, he continued to punch Master Yinyu's head, causing him to scream in pain. Clang. At this moment, a sword slashed towards him. With one slash, the jade mask was split into two. Moreover, a proud little girl appeared in midair. This little girl was Zhao Hua. "You lowly slave, do you dare to go against me?" Bang. The person who attacked was Yuyu. She had used the sword of devouring heaven's fortune. After the jade mask was slashed open, a figure appeared. It was Kagura. However, he looked at Yuyu in shock. Lin Ling's woman was also so strong? One must know that he was an expert on the divine list. In his opinion, even Lin Ling might not be able to block his attack, let alone Yuyu. However, Yuyu broke his attack with one slash. Kagura couldn't help but feel jealous. Why was such a beautiful woman with such strength Lin Ling's wife? Get lost. Bang. At this time, Lin Ling finally got tired of beating Master Yinyu Zhang and threw him out like trash. Bang, bang, bang. Master Yinyu Zhang rolled like a gourd, smashing a lot of tables before he finally stopped his crazy speed. Master Yinyu Zhang's face was covered in blood, his long hair was messy, and his proud mustache was pulled out by Lin Ling. He was in a very sorry state. "You're courting death?" "Yes." Master Yinyu Zhang stood up immediately. Since he became a barrier master, he had never been humiliated like this before. When people saw him, they couldn't even wait to be respectful, let alone beat him up. "Haven't you been beaten up enough?" "Yes." Lin Ling had already sat back down and was calmly sipping his wine. He had beaten many barrier masters in his previous life. In this life, Lin Ling had beaten many of them. Master Yinyu Zhang was not the first, nor would he be the last. "Go to hell." "Yes." Master Yinyu Zhang was so angry that he rushed towards Lin Ling again. He was so angry that he forgot to use his divine weapon. "You're courting death." Bang! Lin Ling put away his wine pot. Before Master Yinyu Zhang could reach him, he rushed out, grabbed Master Yinyu Zhang's neck, and smashed him to the ground. This time, he was even more ruthless. Master Yinyu Zhang's teeth were all broken, and his nose was broken. Cracks also appeared on the ground, and the ancient walls of the ruins in the distance collapsed with a rumble. Many people subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was so ruthless. After Lin Ling smashed Master Yinyu Zhang, he went back to drinking again. Master Yinyu Zhang struggled to get up. He finally realized the gap between him and Lin Ling. He roared, "Who can teach him a lesson? Chase him away from the stone table, and I will forge a divine weapon for him." Bang! He didn't forget his identity. He was a barrier master, not a powerful martial artist. So he didn't believe that he, a godlike barrier master, couldn't sit on a stone table. Today he was going all out. He had to sit down at that stone table in front of everyone. A divine weapon. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. In fact, since they could enter the divine list, they more or less had a divine weapon. Chapter 36:13. This position belongs to you. Besides, I owe him a favor. Master Yinyu wiped the blood off his face and roared again. Very good pay. A divine artifact, a favor, it's worth it. Just drive him away from the stone table? It's very simple. Many people trembled and looked at Lin Ling maliciously. Princess Tin had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but she sat back down. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. After all, even she was extremely respectful to Master Lin Ling, but Lin Ling dared to beat him up. He was too bold. Sure enough, when there is a great reward, there will always be brave men. Someone was about to make a move. Even Kagura had prepared a powerful realm essence, preparing to attack. He was so excited that he wanted to die, because he had finally waited for this opportunity. However, Just as he was about to move, the person beside him was even faster. It was Ningbo Tao. Bastard! Kagura couldn't help but curse angrily. This Ningbo Tao was far too cunning. He actually made the first move. Swoosh! A figure leaped past Kagura, bringing with it the sound of a tidal wave. The sound became louder and louder, and finally, the entire ruins began to tremble. Some weaker martial artists even vomited blood and fainted on the ground. I've long heard that Ningbo Tao is a double elemental innate talent. One of them is one of the 6 great heavenly ears of Huanyu, but the other one is even more terrifying. Currently, no one knows what level or what kind of innate talent it is, but we only know that it has something to do with sound waves. Kagura instantly furrowed her eyebrows. Ningbo Tao's ranking on the divine list was higher than his. It seemed that Ningbo Tao's reputation was not undeserved. Ah, my ears! What a terrifying sound wave! Save me! Save me! Idiot, if you're not strong enough, then leave the ruins. This is not a place where you can stay. Even the experts outside the feast were affected. Upon closer inspection, there were all sorts of strange sounds. There were tiger roars, tsunamis, and even the cries of children. With all these voices combined together, it was naturally incomparably terrifying. Linling, let's see how you're going to stop me. Let me tell you, my heavenly thunder ear can hear everything in the myriad worlds, and my other innate skill can collect all the sounds in the myriad worlds. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, these sounds have already reached a terrifying level. In the terrible voice, Ningbo Tao shouted proudly, "Get off the stone table." He walked up to the stone table and reached out with his hand. If one looked closely, they would see that his hand was like a palm leaf fan, but also like a trumpet. All of the sound was coming from his hand. With a slap of his palm, everything except the stone table was turned into dust. Everyone immediately looked at Linling and found that Linling was holding an exquisite wine pot and was still drinking. Not only was this guy arrogant, even his courage was extraordinary. Clang! At the critical moment, a sword suddenly appeared, bringing with it a vigorous force as it collided with Ningbo Tao's palm. Scram! Ningbo Tao snorted disdainfully and wanted to slap this person to death. Rumble! However, when the sword and palm collided, something that shocked Ningbo Tao happened. His full-strength attack had been blocked. One had to know that the talent he had at that moment had far exceeded a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. There were not many people present who could block him. Many people also saw this scene. Most importantly, they realized that the person who blocked Ningbo Tao was a delicate beauty. And this beauty was not famous. Everyone only knew that she was the woman beside Linling. However, even the woman beside him was so powerful. What are you doing? You can't even defeat a woman? Coward! Master Inu was fuming with anger. His eyes were filled with jealousy. That beautiful little beauty had saved the youth, and she was so strong. It was too unfair. Such a strong and beautiful beauty should belong to him. Your talent is very average. Your cultivation realm is also average. The reason why you can clash with me is because of the sword in your hand. Ningbo Tao stared at the person in front of him with an ugly expression. He had been blocked, and it was by a woman. He looked at Linling again and realized that Linling was still sitting with his legs crossed as he drank his wine in a carefree manner. At that instant, he was about to explode from anger. Without this sword, you are nothing. Ningbo Tao roared angrily. He knew that if he did not deal with this beauty, he would not be able to approach Linling. Maybe. The woman who had attacked was Yuyu. Her hair was fluttering as her body emitted a colorful glow. She looked extremely holy. Many people were attracted by her beauty. She was really beautiful, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, such a beauty belonged to Linling. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ningbo Tao's palm changed. It was resplendent with golden light as it transformed into 2 gigantic golden ni. The golden ni was as big as a stone table, and it emitted endless sound waves. Everyone's expression changed. Was this Ningbo Tao's second talent? When the golden ni appeared, the entire Blackstone Empire was in turmoil. Endless sound waves exploded everyone's eardrums. Even the ancestral power could not stop the sound waves from pouring in. Clang. However, Yu did not retreat. Above her, a cute little girl appeared. It was the sky-devouring beast. How dare you bully my master, you lowly slave? You must be tired of living. The sky-devouring beast's voice sounded immature, but it carried a domineering aura. The sword in Yu's hand became colorful as it slashed down. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it carried a terrifying power. It froze the golden eye that was about to merge. What? Damn. Fuck, this beauty is the strongest. Wow. Everyone was dumbfounded. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so fearless. Lin Ling was not strong, but the beauty beside him was. Master Inu was even more jealous. This was a divine weapon of a lesser god. This beauty was too suitable to be his maid. He must have her. You. At this moment, Ningbo Tao was no less shocked than the others. Moreover, an indescribable humiliation rose in his heart, because he thought that Lin Ling would be humiliated by him after he attacked. However, Lin Ling did not move at all. He was just drinking lazily, and the girl beside Lin Ling blocked his attack. Wasn't this saying that Ningbo Tao was not even comparable to his woman? What right did he have to fight with him? Ningbo Tao suddenly remembered that last time in the Starry Forest, Lin Ling relied on the 9 prefectures' 10 devils and the 9th god's eye to be arrogant. Now, the 9 prefectures' 10 devils were not there, but a beauty came out and blocked him. At this moment, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and drank lightly. He suddenly said, "You want my seat?" Nonsense. Nonsense, I'm taking your position. Stop. Ningbo Tao did not want to be outdone and said coldly. He was riding a tiger and could not get off. After all, he had boasted. If he did not humiliate Lin Ling, he would have no face left. Fine, this table is yours. Stop. However, Lin Ling stood up and left the stone table. Everyone was shocked. They felt like they were dreaming. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even dared to hit Master Inu. Now, he gave his seat to Ningbo Tao. Chapter 36:14. You don't know who I am? You, come over here. Yes. However, Lin Ling had already spoken. He used his words to prove that he had indeed given up one of the 8 seats. Yu frowned slightly, as if she did not understand Lin Ling's actions. However, she still obediently followed Lin Ling. That powerful beauty has left. This doesn't seem to be a joke. Yes. Many people also began to believe it. Look, he even threw down the wine jug. This is definitely true. I thought this Lin Ling was very powerful. In the end, he was still afraid of Senior Ning. Yes. Coward, a complete coward. Yes. All kinds of voices rang out. However, Ningbo Tao was still in his dream. Lin Ling was afraid of him? He instantly felt proud and complacent. He strode towards Lin Ling's stone table. He looked as if he was elated. Master Inu, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yes. He even said proudly, because to be able to drive Lin Ling away and give Lin Ling a fatal humiliation, no one could do this. Only Ningbo Tao, and he was the first. After sitting down at Lin Ling's stone table, Ningbo Tao looked at the wine jug left behind by Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Trash, coward, coward. You even forgot to take the wine jug. How scared are you of me? Yes. He could not help but pick up Lin Ling's wine jug and drink it in big gulps. It was as if the wine jug was his trophy. Seeing this, even more cheers could be heard from all around. Brother Ling, this is... Yes. Yu followed Lin Ling. However, Yu was extremely puzzled, because with her strength, she was confident that she could defeat Ningbo Tao. Xian Yuange and Xiao Ning were also the same. Their faces were full of suspicion, especially when they heard the mocking laughter and saw Ningbo Tao's proud face. They felt extremely uncomfortable. There's a good show to watch. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile when he saw their frowns. A good show? Yu and the others were even more confused. Just now, when I was drinking, I suddenly discovered that the wine jug moved. It seemed like someone was investigating it. Later on, I found out that someone had followed the spirit formation imprint on the wine jug and came here. Lin Ling explained, and this wine jug was snatched from the hands of the Flying Dragon organization, and the young man holding the wine jug once said that this wine jug seemed to belong to some assassin emperor. Is the king of assassins coming? Yu Yu and the others' eyes lit up. To those who love wine, this wine jug can be said to be a great treasure. Furthermore, when has the Flying Dragon organization ever been robbed? Therefore, the killer emperor must be furious right now. Not only does he want to take back the wine jug, he also wants to teach the person who stole his wine jug a lesson. Lin Ling said again. Brother Ling, do you mean that Ningbo Tao is going to take the blame for you? Yu Yu couldn't help but look at Ningbo Tao. At this moment, Ningbo Tao was proudly drinking wine and enjoying everyone's worship. Moreover, after seeing Yu Yu's gaze, he raised his wine cup even more gracefully. This posture was extremely suave. This elegance attracted tens of millions of women to death. Ningbo Tao clearly also thought that Yu Yu was attracted by his elegance. Brother Ling, I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Yu Yu couldn't help but laugh. After following Lin Ling for so long, the originally pure her had also been led astray quite a bit. And Xian Yuange was even secretly giggling. She was originally a little witch, so this kind of thing was naturally happy to hear and see. However, Yu also said somewhat worriedly, Brother Ling, there are many enemies here, and we're not in the final world. If they join forces, we can't stop them. She knew that many people wanted Lin Ling to die, but Lin Ling had always been in the final world, so everyone was helpless. However, this was the east border. It's fine, I have the key in my hand. If you provoke me, we'll just break up. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and smiled. Since he dared to come, he naturally had something to rely on. Who stole our Flying Dragon organization's seat? Who stole my wine jug? At this moment, a violent shout suddenly came, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. A handsome old man wearing a blue robe with long hair wildly fluttering in the wind shot out from the whirlpool. His speed was incomparably fast. While flying, the entire Blackstone Empire actually shook. Very strong. Everyone felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe. This was probably a demigod powerhouse. Sir, the wine jug is here. He stole it, and he even threatened that the Flying Dragon organization is a group of pigs. At the same time, a large number of people rushed in. One of the young men pointed forward and said, he was the young man whose wine jug was stolen by Lin Ling, and coincidentally, he was also Kagura's younger brother, Kamikan. Pigs? The old man in the sky looked as if he was about to explode. His aura was like that of a Generation Sword demon, and even more like that of a killing demon. After stealing his wine jug, he still dared to call them pigs? It had been a long time since someone dared to make such a joke. He instantly reached the ground, then pounced on Lin Ling's stone table, and suddenly grabbed at Ningbo Tao. At this moment, Ningbo Tao still had a smug smile on his face because Lin Ling was afraid of him. He was even more afraid that he didn't even want his precious wine jug. While he was feeling proud, he never expected that the old man would suddenly attack him. He was at a loss and even a little confused. Unstoppable! The old man grabbed Ningbo Tao and smashed him into the ground. Rumble! This smash was earth-shattering. Ningbo Tao's teeth were all shattered. You stole my wine jug! The old man shouted angrily and smashed again. Rumble! It was as if the mountains and seas were flowing backward. Ningbo Tao's nose was broken. You still dare to call me a pig? You must have had a good time, right? Do you regret it now? Do you regret it? The third smash shook the earth. Ningbo Tao's head was bleeding. Moreover, the old man was venting his anger and continued to smash him. How dare you steal my wine jug? How dare you, how dare you, how dare you? With every smash, the people's hearts rumbled. As for Ningbo Tao, he was almost smashed to death. He felt wronged. Senior, why did you attack me? He also sensed that the person who attacked him was extremely powerful. However, what made him depressed was that it seemed to be his first time meeting this senior. You still dare to play dumb? When the old man heard that, he became even more furious. Play dumb? play dumb, play dumb. He seemed to be holding Ningbo Tao like a puppet and smashed him even harder. Ningbo Tao immediately vomited blood. He felt dizzy, but he was still very confused. He only knew that this was an unexpected disaster. Sir, it doesn't seem to be him. At this moment, Xinjian's voice suddenly came. The old man frowned and finally stopped his crazy actions. As if he was holding a kitten, he lifted Ningbo Tao up. Xinjian looked at Ningbo Tao from head to toe and frowned. Although he's been smashed beyond recognition, I can still see that it's not him. The old man frowned even more and said coldly to Ningbo Tao, "Who are you?" Ningbo Tao vomited a mouthful of blood. "After smashing him for so long, you still don't know who I am? Kid, if it's not you, why are you holding my wine jug?" Chapter 36:15. There was no limit to his arrogance. Ningbo Tao stared blankly at the wine jug. Everyone also looked at the wine jug. This wine pot seemed to have been used by Lin Ling before, and then he gave it to Ningbo Tao. Could it be? Many people instantly had their guesses, and their pupils trembled violently. As for Ningbo Tao, he had been wondering why such a powerful expert would want to attack him. However, after looking at the flagon, he instantly understood. Fuck, I've been tricked. This wine jug was definitely snatched by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that an expert was coming, so he gave the wine jug to him. And he had taken a beating for Lin Ling for nothing. He felt that with the reputation of the son of the devil Lin Ling, how could he be a coward? "Lin Ling, you dare to harm me? I'm going to kill you." Thinking of this, Ningbo Tao roared to the sky. He knew that if this matter were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the final world. In fact, there were already many people who were secretly laughing at him. Before this, Senior Ning was like an ever-victorious general. He was drinking so casually. That's right. At that time, I thought he was the first one to eat crabs. You've greatly humiliated Lin Ling. So I was played. Speaking of which, Senior Ning was beaten quite miserably. Although the whispers were soft, how could they escape Ningbo Tao's ears? He wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. It's him, it's him. At this moment, Kamikin finally saw Lin Ling. "Little brother, did he steal your things?" The pale-faced man, Kagura, also immediately looked at Lin Ling and flew into a rage. It was one thing for this Lin Ling to humiliate him, but he didn't even let his younger brother off. This brat is too ruthless. He must be taught a deadly lesson. Otherwise, he will become lawless and arrogant. Master Inu also let out an angry roar. His face was still covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. People like Lord Long, Huang Fuyail, and the others were secretly shocked by the commotion Lin Ling had caused, but at the same time, they were gloating. Lin Ling had beaten and toyed with the crowd. It was indeed satisfying, but what came next was the fury of the crowd. And Lin Ling only had a few people. How could he stop everyone? "Why are you all so agitated?" Lin Ling sat down at another table and said faintly, "Ningbo Tao, wipe the blood off your nose before you talk to me. Grandmaster Inu, why don't you comb your hair? No matter what, you're wearing a golden patterned exalted gown. Are you trying to smear the name of world spiritists? And that young man over there, all I did was snatch your jug of wine. Why are you so agitated?" His voice continued to float out, angering the crowd once again. A nosebleed? Ningbo Tao was even angrier. Wasn't this nosebleed all because of Lin Ling? "Little friend, you've got guts. You snatched my wine jug and even dared to play tricks on me. Do you believe that I won't kill you immediately?" The Emperor of Assassins said coldly. "Your Excellency, you should know that you'll face serious consequences for causing trouble at my heroes' assembly." Princess Tian, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The crowd finally revealed their fangs at this moment. Seeing this, Kagura, Ningbo Tao, and the others' anger finally subsided. That was because they could see Lin Ling dying before their eyes. I have to admit that the son of demon, Lin Ling, is indeed powerful. When he was still weak, he dared to challenge the experts of the final world. Now that he has entered the final world, he even dares to challenge the ancient experts. He has not died yet. In the hearts of the major forces, the son of demon is like a miracle, an undefeatable legend. But now, the legend is going to be defeated. Kagura and Ningbo Tao spoke at the same time. They started to get excited. That was because the crowd was obviously furious. Lin Ling could not escape even if he had wings. Go to hell. The Emperor of Assassins directly attacked. A sword flew out from his back. He held it in his hand and threw it at Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling block the attack of a half-step to martial god realm expert? At this moment, many people's lips curled into a smile. Some people who knew Lin Ling's background took out spiritual talismans and wanted to record the scene. They knew that when the spiritual talismans that recorded the scene were spread, apart from the final world, Jiuzhou would be in an uproar. That was because this was the scene before the death of the famous son of demon, Lin Ling. The Emperor of Assassins' sword was very fast. His murderous aura was gushing out. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was as slow as usual. Didn't he tell you that not only did I steal your flagon, but I also stole his monster? Yes. So what? The Emperor of Assassins' cold voice drifted out from the void. It's nothing. The monster had a key. The key was dazzling with golden light. It was very beautiful. I don't know what material it was made of. I don't know how hard it is. Could it be broken by my grip? Lin Ling said slowly. Ha, idiot. Hearing his words, many people laughed even louder. Lin Ling was about to die, yet he was still talking about a key. Was he here to be funny? Only Princess Tian frowned. The Duan family's Duan Feihong's expression changed. Xin Jian suddenly thought of something and shouted, Sir, you can't kill him. The last key is in his hands. Boom. His voice was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. Everyone knew that there were 8 keys to open the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, no one knew that the last key was in Lin Ling's hands. At the same time, Lin Ling held the wine cup in one hand and tossed the key in the other. After tossing it a few times, he finally held it in his hand. He was calm and relaxed. He was like an emperor who smiled at the mountains and rivers. He was like a god who controlled the universe. Everyone stared at the key, their hearts beating violently. Especially when they saw Lin Ling's hand that was holding the key. After slightly exerting force, a voice almost subconsciously sounded. No! It was Princess Tian's voice. At the same time, the Emperor of Assassins' sword arrived. It was only a centimeter away from Lin Ling's neck, but it stopped abruptly because the Emperor of Assassins also knew what Lin Ling was holding in his hand. Kill him. Why don't you kill him? On the contrary, Lin Ling drank calmly and didn't even look at the Emperor of Assassins. He was calm and relaxed. The Emperor of Assassins narrowed his eyes. How would he dare to kill? He didn't dare to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Coward! Lin Ling suddenly roared and reprimanded the Emperor of Assassins. The Emperor of Assassins was an expert with 20 kills. He was the #1 expert in the Flying Dragon organization under the God of Assassins. Who would dare to reprimand him? However, Lin Ling dared and reprimanded him in front of everyone. You scolded me. The Emperor of Assassins' long hair fluttered in the wind. He was obviously angry. However, after his hair fluttered, it revealed a handsome face. No one expected the Emperor of Assassins to be so handsome. Even though he was old and had experienced the vicissitudes of life, his temperament was still extraordinary. He was very manly. Trash. Lin Ling also stood up and looked directly into the Emperor of Assassins' eyes. Trash. Lin Ling even took a step forward. Crazy. Crazy beyond imagination. Chapter 36:16. An agreement was reached. You're not afraid of death. The eyes of the King of Assassins were filled with anger. He couldn't take it anymore. His handsome face was immediately slapped hard by Lin Ling. This slap will tell you whether I'm scared or not. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The strength of this slap was not small. It was like a claw, scratching the handsome face of the King of Assassins. It also made the King of Assassins tremble. He gritted his teeth and said, My handsome left face. Hearing this, everyone was completely speechless. Who would have thought that the Emperor of Assassins was also a narcissist? Senior Ding no. However, Princess Tin still stopped the King of Assassins' impulse because the key was in Lin Ling's hands. If Lin Ling destroyed it, then all their efforts would be in vain. His voice calmed the King of Assassins down, but it was just to suppress his anger. I don't like people pointing a sword at me. I didn't like it in the past, and I still don't like it now. Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What do you want? The King of Assassins also said in a low voice, you should know that killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Your arrogance in front of me will only make me angrier. In the end, I still have to kill you. What a joke. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. If they were to go all out, even if he teamed up with Yu, this King of Assassins might not be able to kill him. In the end, the Flying Dragon organization was a great power in the 9 provinces, but in the final world, it could only be said to be a very ordinary existence. If you destroy the sword, I won't bother about what happened before. Lin Ling said again. Destroy the sword? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. Everyone who wielded a sword, even if they weren't a complete swordsman, would still cherish their swords. Not to mention the Emperor of Assassins who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. His sword had probably followed him for tens of thousands of years. It was his comrade, his partner, and even his brother. And now Lin Ling wanted the King of Killers to kill his brother? Don't look at me with such a hateful gaze. You should know that if I didn't have the key, you would have already killed me. Therefore, it's normal for me to destroy your sword. Lin Ling looked straight into the eyes of the King of Assassins, forcing the King of Assassins to kill his own brother. This was also Lin Ling's way of telling everyone that if they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, they'd better weigh themselves first. The eyes of the Assassin Emperor turned ice cold. Did Qin Wenyin want him to break his sword? What a joke! But at this time, an ancient voice suddenly floated into his ears, causing his complexion to change greatly. But this voice was telling him to listen to Lin Ling's words, and the most important thing was that the person speaking had a background above his. Clang. The King of Assassins broke his own sword and looked at the broken pieces of his sword on the ground. His heart was bleeding. King of Assassins, you're really a coward and a piece of trash. You've disappointed me too much. Because the sword is a martial artist's life, dignity, and honor, you've destroyed your dignity for some reason. What a disgrace. Just as his sword broke, Lin Ling mocked him. In another situation, if there was an expert pressuring Lin Ling and forcing him to destroy his sword, then Lin Ling would only have one choice. He wanted the sword, but he didn't have it. He wanted his life. The tyrannical singer sword was Lin Ling's brother, and he would never destroy it. From this point, it could be seen the difference between the King of Assassins and Lin Ling. You're a disgrace to us swordsmen. Lin Ling raised his palm and slapped the right side of the King of Assassins' face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was heard, and a bloody scar appeared on the right side of the King of Assassins' face, causing his expression to be extremely interesting. He seemed to be angry, furious, and even full of murderous intent. But in the end, he held it in. That handsome right side of my face. He could only let out a low voice. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Everyone could see that the King of Assassins had a weird personality. He loved swords and beauty, but Lin Ling destroyed everything that he cherished. Most importantly, the King of Assassins couldn't do anything about it and could only swallow his anger. Who else? Then, Lin Ling stepped over the King of Assassins and looked at everyone with contempt. The words, "who else?" dominated everyone. Kagura and Ningbo Tao felt suffocated. They thought that they were about to witness a miracle, but in the end, Lin Ling was still alive. Especially those experts who wanted to record everything with their talismans, their faces turned black from anger. The undefeated legend was still undefeated. He could be called an undying legend. Then, they destroyed the talismans in their hands in anger because the talismans didn't record the scene of Lin Ling being killed. Instead, it recorded the scene of the King of Assassins being slapped in the face. You're Lin Ling, right? What happened before was a misunderstanding. At this time, Princess Tian's voice floated over. Her attitude towards Lin Ling wasn't as arrogant as before. Misunderstanding. Lin Ling smiled faintly and interrupted, "Don't say such hypocritical words. You don't dare to touch me because of the key." Princess Tian's pretty face froze for a moment. She was furious in her heart. This Lin Ling actually didn't give her any face at all. "Very well, let's get straight to the point." Princess Tian said, "We need your key to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. What do you think?" "That's my intention." Lin Ling nodded. Although many people wanted to kill him, he had to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Firstly, he wanted to snatch the treasures of the Flying Dragon organization. Secondly, the 8 gods' heavenly palace was a forbidden area in the universe. Lin Ling wanted to use this forbidden area to enter the martial ancestor realm. This was an opportunity and also an opportunity. "Alright, I agree to open the 8 gods' heavenly palace first." Duan Feihong and Wu Feiming looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, no matter what kind of grudge they had with Lin Ling, the 8 gods' heavenly palace was undoubtedly more important at the moment. Everyone nodded. Recalling everything that had happened before, they were a little frightened. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. It turned out that he had nothing to fear. However, many people were also gloating over his misfortune. After entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he'll definitely be unable to escape death after provoking so many people. Because I think the Killer Emperor wants to kill him the most. It's not just the Killer Emperor. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and the others also want to kill Lin Ling. However, the beauty beside Lin Ling is very powerful. If they don't deal with her, it'll be difficult to kill Lin Ling. Don't worry, after entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, there'll be plenty of time. The Killer Emperor's face had been scratched by Lin Ling. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling with a venomous gaze. As an assassin, he had killed countless people in his life, but they were all killed to complete missions. However, this was the first time he wanted to take the initiative to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling cleanly, so that Lin Ling would not be able to reincarnate. Of course, Ningbo Tao and the others' killing intent was not much weaker than the Killer Emperor's. After all, this was the Eastern region. Killing Lin Ling was not a crime. If there was a chance, they would definitely take action. Chapter 36:17. Entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace again. Brother Ling, many of them have bad intentions. I'm afraid that once we enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, they will attack us. Yu Yu also sensed the killing intent of the crowd and reminded him, "It's fine. I'm very familiar with the 5th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It's impossible for them to kill me." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Moreover, they don't know how strong I am. They only think that you are strong." Hearing this, Yu Yu nodded excitedly. In reality, Lin Ling was stronger than Yu Yu. If he joined forces with Yu Yu, they could even defeat the Emperor of Assassins. As for Ningbo Tao and the others, they were simply not enough. Of course, Lin Ling also kept an eye out because the God of Assassins still had not appeared. This guy was indeed the most terrifying assassin, hiding in the dark all this time. During the break, more and more people gathered at the ruins. There were strong and weak people, and it was Princess Tian and the others who had called them over. After the incident with Lin Ling, they felt that there was a need to bring more experts into the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, as long as they were willing to join, they could enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After the warriors arrived, they also heard about what had happened not long ago. This surprised them. They were also skeptical about it. They did not believe that a junior of the Saint Realm could play around with the experts. 6 hours later, everyone was gathered together. On top of an ancient black altar, Lin Ling and the others stood there, holding keys in their hands. The Emperor of Assassins stared at Lin Ling like a tiger eyeing its prey. His originally handsome face was now somewhat comical. "Your incomparably handsome face." Lin Ling immediately laughed sarcastically. He knew that the Emperor of Assassins wanted to use him and then kill him. "You're courting death." Lin Ling's sarcasm was undoubtedly very effective. The Emperor of Assassins, who had always been calm, almost flew into a rage. The main thing was that Lin Ling had left a scratch on his handsome face, and he was currently unable to break it. How could he, who loved beauty, accept this? Senior Ding, we should prioritize the important matters. But at this moment, Princess Tin hurriedly reminded him. Next, the 8 of them took out their keys. The keys immediately bloomed with light. 8 pillars of light shot out and merged together. It was as if they had opened an ancient forbidden door. Beneath the ground, rumbling sounds could be heard as an ancient heavenly palace slowly emerged. Looking at the heavenly palace, everyone's breathing seemed to stop. In truth, many people had entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but they were only able to reach the first few levels. By the time they had the strength to reach the last few levels, the 8 gods' heavenly palace would disappear. It had to be said that this was one of the greatest regrets in life. But now, they had found the 8 gods' heavenly palace again. 8 gods' heavenly palace again. Lin Ling looked at the ancient heavenly palace with nostalgia, especially the forbidden steel at the side of the heavenly palace. This made Lin Ling sigh repeatedly. Rumble. At the same time, the gate of the 8 gods' heavenly palace opened and an ancient desolate aura filled the air. At this moment, everyone became excited. The 8 gods' heavenly palace is no small matter. I hope that before we enter completely, no one will cause any trouble. Princess Tin reminded at the same time, as if to remind the Killer Emperor and the others not to attack Lin Ling for the time being. These 8 keys lead to the 5th level. Everyone enter. Princess Tian said again. Everyone nodded and followed Princess Tin into the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 8 keys were still floating in the sky. There were several times when the Killer Emperor wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he held himself back in the end. After entering, there would be plenty of opportunities. Therefore, he said coldly to Lin Ling, after entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, I will find you. At that time, I will break your neck and drink your blood. The moment you attack, you will die without a doubt. Lin Ling replied with equal harshness, not showing any weakness. The Killer Emperor snorted coldly and entered through the gate. One by one, the crowd also disappeared into it. Lin Ling looked at the densely packed people and knew that the Killer God was hiding among them. Then he entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace as well. An ancient aura filled his body. However, Lin Ling and the others were holding hands, so they were not separated this time. When they appeared again, they were already at the foot of an ancient mountain. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The heaven and earth here were the same as the outside world, but the sun in the sky was golden. The ancient land was vast and boundless as if it was endless. Metal elemental land. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was very familiar with this place. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had stayed here for a long time because he was looking for the entrance to the next level. Therefore, when he returned here, Lin Ling felt as if he was dreaming of Li Xiaoyao's era. But at this moment, the rumbling sound of a river could be heard from the foot of the mountain. It made Lin Ling frown as he looked into the distance. He saw a purple river at the foot of the mountain. From afar, it looked like a purple divine dragon. The river water was churning and the waves were horrifying. It was unknown where the source of the river was or where the end was. It looked extremely ancient. However, Lin Ling was extremely familiar with this ancient river. My luck is so good to actually encounter the Purple Spirit River. Lin Ling could not help but smile in excitement. He looked around and saw that Yu and the rest were safe and sound. He was also looking curiously at the river, especially Xiaoning. She was the most curious. Seeing that Xiaoning was not strong, but she was constantly protecting Yu and the rest, Lin Ling could not help but nod his head secretly. Following that, he exhorted, Xiaoning, you are still very weak. You must always follow Yu and the rest. In fact, he knew that Xiaoning's talent was extremely powerful. It was just that she had yet to awaken it. After all, to be able to resist his soul power, he had never seen such a powerful ultimate desolate body. Yes, Uncle Lin. Xiaoning said obediently as she nodded her head. Brother Ling, what is the Purple Spirit River? Yu asked out of curiosity. A divine river of unknown origins. The water of this river is extremely powerful. It can make a warrior's strength disappear completely, sealing everything. Lin Ling explained, however, other than sealing all powers, this river does not have any fatal damage. Most importantly, this river can flush out treasures from the era of the gods. In the past, I have seen people pick up the arms of gods, bones, and other items from the river. As for divine artifacts, treasures, and other items, there are countless of them. However, due to time constraints, some treasures can still be used, while others are just scrap metal. Furthermore, there is a limit to how long the Purple Spirit River can flush out treasures. It can only last for about 2 hours. After 2 hours, the treasures will no longer flush out. As for when the treasures will flush out, no one knows. Lin Ling continued. So magical. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange were shocked. They were quite knowledgeable, but this was the first time they had heard of a river that could flush out treasures. Uncle Lin, there's a small boat over there. Chapter 36:18. Fishing for treasure. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to tremble violently. Then he laughed maniacally. Looks like we're very lucky to have encountered the moment when the spirit river gushes out of the treasure. Quick, pick up all the treasures along the way. Really? Yu Yu and the others were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Uncle Lin, let me help you too. Xiao Ning said immediately. Come on, the Purple Spirit River is not dangerous. It only seals all powers. You don't have any powers with you, so you will be fine. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. After he finished speaking, he jumped into the river with a splash. At the same time, a mysterious power enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was as grand as the power of a god, sealing away all of Lin Ling's strength. Realm essence, fleshly body, and even soul force were the same. Yu Yu and the rest had just fallen into the water when they immediately noticed this strange phenomenon. They also realized that their speed in the river was very slow. Don't worry, let's pick up the treasure first. Lin Ling hurriedly said. Following that, he began to happily fish for treasures. There were all kinds of treasures left in the river. Some were broken, some were brand new. There were supreme weapons, divine weapons, and even some Lingji mushrooms. Most importantly, such a treasure didn't require much effort at all, and one could easily pick it up. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only a step away from the martial progenitor realm. His current cultivation resources were not enough for him to have a breakthrough. Therefore, he needed even more cultivation resources. Even if it was a worn-out divine artifact, with his primal chaos divine formula, he could refine it completely. Brotherling, this is bad. Look, a dragon is swimming down. After an unknown amount of time, Yu suddenly pointed to the front and said. Lin Ling immediately looked over and laughed again. I'm rich, I'm rich. That's the corpse of the dragon god. The dragon god's corpse. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange were shocked. This divine river was really amazing. Not only did it rush out of the divine tool, it even brought out the dragon god of the dragon race. Lin Ling quickly swam over. Although all his strength was sealed and his speed was very slow, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. As for that dragon god, Lin Ling guessed that it was a dragon god from the era of gods. Perhaps it had died in battle, so it sank into the divine river. Moreover, after countless years, its dragon chi had also dimmed a lot. However, it was still able to increase Lin Ling's talent. Xiao Ning was also swimming at the back, but she was a little weak. Xiao Ning, just watch the treasures from the shore. When Yu Yu saw this, she could not help but shout. Alright. Xiao Ning quickly swam to the shore and looked at the treasures that Lin Ling and the others had fished out. Those treasures were piled up like a mountain. Xiao Ning could not help but suck in a cold breath. Xiao Ning did not understand these treasures, but she knew that they were priceless. She had heard that treasures were snatched back, but this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Looking at Lin Ling again, the three of them stopped the dragon god's corpse that was drifting with the waves. Each of them wiped the water droplets off their faces and laughed excitedly. Yu Yu, you have the dragon god's talent. This can improve your talent. You can also refine your dragon bones. Although you can't get the purest dragon bloodline, at least it's considered a dragon bloodline. Lin Ling looked at the two girls and said, But, Brother Ling, we've been out adventuring so many times. This is the richest time we've ever made. I wonder if there are still treasures left upstream? Yu and the others were very excited and kept talking. You guys are too greedy. After all, we were already very lucky when we encountered the treasures flowing out of the Purple Spirit River. So, we should be content. Besides, there will be no more treasures flowing out in 2 hours. So, hurry up and collect the treasures. Lin Ling scratched the noses of his 2 beautiful wives and laughed. Okay, I got it. Look, there's a shield over there. It looks very exquisite. Brother Ling, there's a set of scriptures here. This scripture is very suitable for Ge. One had to admit that the Purple Spirit River was really a treasure trove. The treasures flowing out seemed to be endless. Of course, the Divine River was one of the major features of the Metal Elemental Land. So, there were people who were greedy and wanted to follow the river to find the source. Unfortunately, they still could not find the source after 30,000 years. In the end, they left it unsettled. Hee, Uncle Lin and the others have a great harvest. On the shore, Xiaoning was also happy for Lin Ling and the others. There are treasures? However, at this moment, a large number of people walked over. Then, they were attracted by the light of the treasures and quickened their pace. When they reached the river, they were all dumbfounded. This was because the treasures were piled up like a mountain. Oh my God, divine weapons, supreme grade weapons? How can there be so many? Could it be that we have reached the end of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Look, what a huge divine dragon. This is a real divine dragon. After these people arrived, they all shouted excitedly, as if these treasures belonged to them. What are you doing? When Xiaoning saw this, she immediately shouted. She was in charge of looking after the treasures. How could she let these people snatch the treasures away? Little girl, get lost. However, these powerful people did not care about Xiaoning at all. They were the powerful people of the divine 3 halls of the various academies. In their eyes, Xiaoning was just like an ordinary person. Look, there's someone in the river. Suddenly, someone pointed at the Purple Spirit River and said, "That's Lin Ling." Some people even recognized Lin Ling. This time, half of them frowned, while the other half was disdainful. Lin Ling, are you trying to take the treasures for yourself? Aren't you too greedy? Among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. His tone was dignified and righteous. This also made the others agree, thinking that Lin Ling was too greedy and wanted to take the treasures for himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's 3 people in the river also saw this group of people. Lin Ling also saw that the person who spoke was actually Shun Jian from the Flying Dragon organization. However, not all of the powerful people around this guy were from the Flying Dragon organization, so he did not look as arrogant as before. Get lost. In the river, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Shun Jian was immediately shocked. After all, he had been easily defeated by Lin Ling. How dare you? You're Lin Ling, right? I want that saber flowing by you. Bring it to me. However, while Shun Jian was afraid of Lin Ling, the others were not. First of all, some of them were not at the banquet at the beginning, so they had only heard of Lin Ling's fame. Second of all, even though some people had witnessed Lin Ling's heroic spirit at the banquet, Lin Ling had not made a move. They thought that Lin Ling was not strong. Lin Ling, right? You should know that everyone was afraid of you at the Heroes' Assembly because you had the key. However, I have no enmity with you. Give me that set of scriptures, and I won't interfere in your affairs. Another powerful person said lightly. Moreover, he had already found a treasure that caught his eye among the treasures that Lin Ling had scooped up. It was as if these treasures belonged to everyone. Chapter 36:19. Landing. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Lin Ling didn't say anything else, and his voice became even colder. Fuck, who do you think you are? Among the crowd, someone took the initiative to attack Lin Ling. His palms slammed out, and a terrifying boundary essence suppressed Lin Ling. You haven't even entered the divine list, so you can't hurt him. However, someone at the side immediately spoke up. Although they were not afraid of Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was indeed capable. Those who were not on the divine list or celestial stairway would not be able to hurt Lin Ling. However, The result was that the person who had attacked sent Lin Ling flying back several meters. This time, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was so weak? Lin Ling, looks like you're just putting on a strong front. Shen Jian was extremely excited and immediately attacked. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed into the water. Crush! That sword had immediately cut off a strand of Lin Ling's long hair. This made Guzan even more excited. Lin Ling is not as strong as we thought. Everyone attack him as you wish. Then, Shen Jian said to the crowd. Everyone frowned and immediately tried to attack. In the end, under their combined efforts, Lin Ling was so intimidated that he spat out blood. You really don't live up to your reputation. Seeing this, many people shook their heads in disdain. He had heard of Lin Ling's illustrious name because he was a heroic figure. In the end, it turned out that he was such a trashy existence. Brother Ling. In the river, Yu and the others also shouted in worry. I'm fine. Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold as he nodded. The reason why he was attacked was mainly because of the river water. The river water here sealed all of his power. Lin Ling, leave that saber to me. At this time, another person walked out. It was Lord Long. Scram. Lin Ling only had one word for him. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he would not compromise. What about me? Lin Ling, you and I have a grudge. Take that set of armor not far away from me, and we'll settle our grudge. This time, it was an expert on the divine list who spoke. Scram. Lin Ling was still the same. Teach him a lesson. The expert on the god list immediately became enraged. He leaped up and began to bombard the Purple Spirit River. Rumble. The Purple Spirit River instantly sent out huge waves. But what was shocking was that no matter how much the river water churned, not a single drop of water landed on the shore. It was as if the river water had its own rules and could only churn in the river. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was in a bad situation. With his strength sealed, it was very difficult for him to block their attacks. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This also made people look down on Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling was just someone with an undeserved reputation. It seemed like rumors were just rumors after all. Lin Ling, weren't you very proud? Weren't you very arrogant? Why do you look like a piece of trash now? Shen Jian raised his eyebrows and said to Lin Ling in disdain. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He looked at Shen Jian with disdain. He could kill such trash with a single finger. The reason why he was helpless now wasn't because Shen Jian had won against Lin Ling, but because the Celestial River had won against Lin Ling. If we don't get to the shore, we can't fight back at all. Lin Ling secretly transmitted his voice to Yu and the rest. But they're attacking the river madly. The water is churning, and it's hard for us to swim across. Yu and the rest frowned. We can only give it a try. I'll refine the dragon god and use the temporary strength after refining to rush out of the Purple Spirit River. Once I'm out of the river, their time of death will come. Lin Ling said as he looked at the dragon god's corpse not far away. All right. Yu and the rest nodded immediately. Lin Ling swam toward the dragon god's corpse and looked for the dragon heart. After pulling it out, he immediately refined it. The entire dragon god's corpse was too huge. It would take a long time to refine it. Therefore, Lin Ling chose to refine the dragon heart. The time needed to refine the dragon heart was obviously much shorter. Of course, Lin Ling also kept an eye on the shore. He wasn't afraid that those people would jump into the Celestial River to kill him. Even if those people jumped into the river, their strength would be sealed and they wouldn't be able to kill him at all. He was more afraid that those people would take his treasures and run away. However, he was obviously overthinking it. Not only did that group of people not leave, but they also started to share the treasures on the spot. This was because Lin Ling had scooped up too many treasures. Therefore, it was extremely time-consuming to share them. I want this set of armor. Bullshit, I saw it first. I still don't want the armor, but I want that spear. Stop fighting, everyone. Let's follow the order and choose one treasure each. This group of experts was like a group of bandits, completely treating the treasures that Lin Ling had painstakingly scooped up as their own. A greedy expert even pointed at the Celestial River and said, There are still many treasures in that spear. After Lin Ling scoops it up, we can slowly divide them, so don't be anxious. You're right. The others immediately nodded. They were becoming less and less afraid of Lin Ling. Perhaps the continuous attacks from before had made them think that Lin Ling was only SS. After all, although Lin Ling was the #1 in the Tongshan Tower, he still hadn't officially entered the god list. Everyone was just guessing his strength. Lin Ling is floating on the river. What's he doing? Xinjian suddenly pointed at Lin Ling and said, "What else can he be doing? He should be healing his injuries." Sigh, if he's not an expert on the god list, he's just too weak. When he sees us, he doesn't even dare to climb onto the river. An expert on the god list shook his head and said, "So that's how it is." Xinjian's eyes lit up. He took out a talisman and waved it in the air, recording everything in front of him. How could he not record such a proud moment? Next, they began to divide the spoils again. None of them knew that the Grim Reaper in the river was quietly awakening. Rumble. At this moment in the river, Lin Ling's body rumbled. The dragon god's heart was worthy of being a treasure of the dragon god. After refining it, a terrifying power surged into Lin Ling's body and was forcibly inserted into the heavenly dragon's bones by Lin Ling. The heavenly dragon's bones immediately transformed, becoming even more ancient and desolate. On top of the dragon bones, there were even ancient patterns that flowed. The bones that were hidden in Lin Ling's body let out a low rumbling sound at this moment. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and walked toward the shore step by step. During this process, he discovered that the talent of the heavenly dragon's bones continued to increase. It was this power that allowed Lin Ling to stabilize his body and not be afraid of the river's turbulence. "Who allowed you to come up?" Someone saw Lin Ling. He slashed out with 40% of his ancestral power. It was the power of Mount Tai. Rumble. A knife wound appeared on Lin Ling's chest, so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed like a river, and Lin Ling was forced to retreat a few meters. Chapter 3620. They were completely ashore. Interesting. The expert revealed a mocking smile and slashed out with his saber again. Swoosh. Lin Ling's chest once again had a knife wound. Although it was bleeding this time, no bones could be seen. It's the same slash, but why is the damage different? Am I not in the right state? That expert frowned and was somewhat puzzled. Lin Ling was still moving forward. Trash, I'll show you the power of an expert on the divine list. That expert didn't think too much and slashed out with his saber again. It was as if his saber could split the universe. This time, Lin Ling was forced back a meter, but a knife wound appeared on his chest. However, there was no bleeding. Wanqing Machete God, you are a master ranked 471st on the divine list. Your machete is getting weaker and weaker. Did that slut yesterday consume all your energy? Someone immediately mocked. The master who had attacked felt humiliated. Lin Ling, who was not even on the divine list, had blocked his attack and made him a laughingstock. I was just not in my best form before. This time, I'll show you the real saber god. That expert smiled confidently. The saber in his hand moved like a storm. It was very elegant. With a slash of the saber, the roar of a dragon and tiger shook the world. This person's innate talent was actually a dragon and tiger divine beast, an extremely rare existence. Good blade. Its speed has reached 600 realms speed. 40% of ancestral force and innate force. As expected of an expert ranked 471st on the god list. The surrounding people immediately said in admiration. That saber was indeed ferocious. Rumble. The divine river immediately exploded, and the river water rushed into the sky, continuing to churn. However, this slash only pushed Lin Ling back by 1 meter, and Lin Ling's chest was completely unharmed. Very clearly, the dragon god's heart was playing a role. This was because the purple spirit river was constantly sealing Lin Ling's power. Perhaps this was the price one had to pay to obtain the treasure. However, Lin Ling was using the heart of the dragon deity to constantly generate new power. Although this power would be sealed by the purple spirit river, it required a certain amount of time. And this period of time was when Lin Ling came ashore. What? Unscathed. Wunshing Blade God, are you going easy on him? I think so. All the experts frowned at first, but then they burst into laughter. However, the expert who had attacked had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Going easy on him? Bullshit, he didn't go easy on him at all. It's definitely because my condition isn't good. Damn it, I spent the whole night with that beautiful woman who practices the Jade Maiden Divine technique, causing my martial arts today to be somewhat blurry. That expert secretly guessed. Then he slashed out again. This slash only made Lin Ling retreat half a meter. What? That expert's pupils trembled fiercely. His saber was getting weaker and weaker. Again. However, Lin Ling remained motionless after the slash. Meanwhile, the crowd began to feel that something was not right. The first slash was fine, but the second and third slashes were perfectly fine, and they were getting closer to the shore. Let's give it a try. The experts exchanged glances with one another before they began to bombard Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was severely injured. Although he was able to face a late-stage martial progenitor, there was no way he could resist the attacks of so many martial progenitors. Many people burst out laughing when they saw Lin Ling spit out blood. It seemed like they had been worried for nothing. However, after Lin Ling spat out blood, his eyes were filled with determination and flames as he continued to move forward. It was as if there was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames ahead of him, and he was determined to reach the shore. It was as if the heavenly stairs of the god ranking were right in front of him, and the experts were like obstacles blocking the heavenly stairs, preventing Lin Ling from reaching the god ranking. Rumble. At that moment, huge waves rose from the river. However, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the shore. The people on the shore frowned. They could not understand why Lin Ling was so crazy. Why would he want to reach the shore even if he had to die? That was because even if Lin Ling reached the shore, what could he do? What a stubborn junior. Forget it, since you insist on reaching the shore, I'll send you on your way. A bow appeared in one of the experts on the god ranking. As he pulled the bowstring, the surrounding space exploded. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. An arrow was shot towards Lin Ling. Furthermore, another expert attacked. He also used a powerful attack to suppress Lin Ling. But at the same time, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Lin Ling's figure had appeared on the shore. He looked as if he had come from the underworld, with large amounts of water droplets dripping from his body. It was a shocking scene. After leaving the Purple Spirit River, the power that had been sealed was finally being restored. Rumble. The attacks of the experts had also arrived. It was as if they wanted to push Lin Ling back into the Purple Spirit River. I've reached the shore. It's time for all of you to die. At that moment, a low voice spread out like the voice of the Grim Reaper. However, the attacks of the crowd drowned out the voice. In an instant, the ground shook as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A huge mushroom cloud rushed towards the sky. Lin Ling seemed to be deader than dead. At the side of the Purple Spirit River, there was a sudden silence. Damn it, who exploded with such powerful strength? Are you trying to destroy the treasures on the shore? After a while, a grumbling voice could be heard. Of course, although it sounded like a grumbling voice, it was actually filled with disdain towards Lin Ling. Everyone burst into laughter. They were laughing in satisfaction. However, in the midst of the surging power, a dragon's roar could be heard. In the sky, a huge dragon skeleton flew. It was a shocking sight. The aura of the most ancient dragon god pressed down. Gulp. Everyone was still laughing, but their smiles froze. They even swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. This was because they realized that the aura was very ancient. It was probably a talent with great potential. It was even stronger than a pure dragon god's bloodline. The timing is just right. The heavenly dragon skeleton has finally reached the third-grade ultimate desolate body. While everyone was still in shock, a hoarse voice drifted out. Smoke spread out, and they saw a pitch-black monster standing quietly on the shore. Its cold eyes were like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into everyone's hearts. One had to know that these people were experts ranked 470th on the Divine Monument. Even in the final world, they were extremely rare. If they were not in the 9 states, even the 9 states' god emperors would have to kneel and kowtow to them. However, in the face of such a terrifying existence, he actually felt his hair stand on end. I don't believe it. Another arrow. At that moment, the expert with the powerful talent in archery shot out another arrow. It was as fast as lightning. Rumble. However, the monster in front only extended its palm and easily blocked the arrow. It even grabbed the arrow that contained the power of the ancestor and gripped it tightly. Boom. With a loud boom, the arrow was crushed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was that terrifying? You guys have been arrogant enough. Now it's my turn. In the billowing smoke, the monster finally walked out. Everyone could clearly see his appearance. Although his skin was black, who else could it be but Lin Ling? However, the previous Lin Ling could not even withstand a single blow. Chapter 36:21. Don't even think of escaping. You are the most arrogant. You have attacked me many times. The first to die will be you. Scream and suffer. I am here for revenge. 900 world speed appeared on Lin Ling's body. It was even faster than an arrow. It was like he could leap through time and space. Lin Ling was clearly enraged because these people were too arrogant. The expert who attacked trembled and immediately knelt down. At this moment, he finally had a feeling that Lin Ling, who was in the river, was like a hidden dragon. Once he reached the shore, he would soar into the sky. Wait a moment. The expert roared. However, just as he finished speaking, he was blasted apart by a punch. Lin Ling's heavenly dragon bone talent had increased. After the fusion of the 3 talents, his physical strength was much stronger than before. It had reached the power of 7,000 worlds. If his talent was transformed, it could even reach the power of 9,000 worlds. With such strength, it would be easy to destroy the Blackstone Empire. However, this was the 8 gods' celestial palace. Blood splattered down like rain, causing the surrounding people to tremble. One punch? This Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. Your nightmare has begun. Lin Ling walked out step by step. His left and right hands were dragon claws. Not only was the surface of his body black, even his bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight, and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. His killing intent, demonic aura, and ferocious aura seemed to materialize. From afar, the gas cloud around Lin Ling seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. Phew. Following that, without waiting for these people to react, Lin Ling began his massacre. You must have had a great time tormenting me previously. Now, return it all to me. Don't even think of escaping. Blood splattered. Flesh and blood splattered. Wails could be heard everywhere. Lin Ling was like a killing god. Lin Ling is so powerful? Previously, I saw him kill the expert ranked 471st on the god roll with just one move. Heavens, what kind of talent does he have? That expert has a grade 6 ultimate desolate body. Run! The remaining people were so scared that their faces turned white. How could Lin Ling be so fierce? It was completely different from the rumors. If they had known earlier, they would have taken the treasure and run away. However, they were so proud of themselves that they were slowly dividing up the treasures, and then watching the Grim Reaper come ashore. If there was medicine for regret in this world, they would definitely buy a basket full of it. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I didn't do anything before. An expert who was not on the divine list was running for his life. He was so scared that tears were flowing out of his eyes. However, he was holding a sword in his hand. It was a treasure from the Purple Spirit River. In the next moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of him. The current Lin Ling was at 900 world speed. That person could not escape at all. Lin Ling stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on that person's hand. That person did not seem to be able to react. When he lowered his head to take a look, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. Because he was holding the treasure that Lin Ling had brought back? Listen to my explanation, he shouted. Unfortunately, he was met with a fatal sword. If explanations are useful, why do we need the police? After killing that expert with a single sword, Lin Ling disappeared again. The riverbank had become a forbidden ground for the Grim Reaper. Life after life was reaped. I'm Lord Long. Lord Long was also among the crowd. At this moment he finally understood how terrifying Lin Ling was. Was this still Lin Ling, the #1 expert in the ethereal tower? Was this still the Lin Ling he thought was lucky? Lin Ling, on account of the fact that we've been through the ethereal tower together, please spare my life. In the past, Lord Long was very arrogant. When he met Lin Ling, he did not even look at him. But now, Lord Long only wanted to kneel and beg for mercy. However, just as he finished speaking, the blood sword came slashing down decisively. A single sword took Lord Long's life. Now that you're talking about face, why didn't you say that when you were snatching the treasures? As time passed, the number of experts on the riverbank dwindled. The previously arrogant experts were now being slaughtered like children. Run, run, run. We have to get out of here immediately. One of the experts was extremely fast. He actually flew up into the sky. He had thought it through carefully. If he flew up into the sky, he might be able to escape the 8 gods' celestial palace. At that time, he would be able to leave Lin Ling, the terrifying Grim Reaper. As he thought of this, he lowered his head to look, and he was instantly given a fright. Because on the ground, Lin Ling had actually grown bigger, and more majestic. Bigger? Lin Ling could actually grow bigger. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling had already surpassed him. He had become a 1,000-li-tall giant, looking down on the expert. The expert swallowed with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but a large hand had already grabbed him, instantly crushing him. At the same time, a shield fell from his hand. Previously, he had wanted to escape with the shield. Unfortunately, he wanted to run after taking Lin Ling's things. That was impossible. He could only pay with his life. Everyone was dead, and only one person was left. It was Xinjian. At this moment, he was using a talisman to record everything. Of course, he originally wanted to record the scene of Lin Ling being tortured to death, but in the end, he recorded the scene of Lin Ling killing all of his opponents. He's still so fierce. Did this guy deliberately trick us? Xinjian's lips were pale, and his body was trembling. Brother Ling, are you all right? At this time, Yu and the others finally swam ashore and shouted at Lin Ling. Hearing that, Xinjian cursed inwardly. How could Lin Ling be all right? The ones in trouble were them. And at this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to his original form. He stood quietly on the ground, sensing the changes brought about by his increase in strength. Speaking of which, the reason why the Sky Dragon's bones could reach the ultimate 3rd-grade desolate body was due to the help of the group from before. This was because their attacks had sped up the refinement of the dragon god's heart. If not, the Sky Dragon's bones would still need some time to reach the ultimate 3rd-grade desolate body boundary. This Lin Ling, it was a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Ling remain motionless, Xinjian hurriedly knelt down and said, "Why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding when you were shouting at me?" Lin Ling did not even look at him as he said coldly, "My brother is Kagura, also from your Snow Wind Academy. He is also a top expert of the 3rd Hall of God. He is also a 5-talisman sacred knight, and I am a 2-talisman sacred knight. If you dare kill me, it is equivalent to provoking a god." Xinjian said again. "Don't forget, this is not the final world." Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his sword. Upon hearing this, Xinjian's pupils constricted. Only then did he remember that this was indeed not the final world. "Lin Ling, if I die, you won't be any better. This is because there are many people in the 8 gods' celestial palace who want to kill you. The new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon organization, and the Duan family have all offered great rewards. There will be great rewards for killing you." Xinjian's eyes were filled with hatred as he shouted crazily. Whoosh! Chapter 36:22. A Great Harvest. Lin Ling did not even look at him as he kept all the treasures. As for Xinjian's threat, he did not care at all. "Brother Ling, are you all right?" At that moment, Yu and the rest walked over with a worried look. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart, but he shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Instead, with their pressure, my talent has increased. If I use my talent fusion, I can form an ultimate desolate body that is close to the 8th grade. That's good, that's good. Yu and the rest finally relaxed. Next, Lin Ling began to clean up the treasures. It had to be said that this was a great harvest. Although many of the treasures had lost their spirituality, there were still some treasures that were not weak. Xiao Ning, this crossbow is for you. Drip your blood into it and I'll refine it for you. If you are in danger, use it immediately. It can shoot 10,000 crossbows and can even kill a middle-stage martial ancestor. However, it can only be used 3 times, so you have to be careful. Oh, this scripture is for you. It's very suitable for you. Yu refined the dragon god's corpse. When they were cleaning up the treasures, everyone was extremely happy. Lin Ling, on the other hand, put away the useless treasures and prepared to refine them when he broke through to provide enough spiritual energy. Although most of the treasures were useless, there were enough of them. Yu and the rest began to refine the treasures in their hands. During this period, Lin Ling also comprehended the 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. However, what made him speechless was that even though the heavenly dragon's talent had increased, he still could not shoot the last arrow. Therefore, he focused on breaking through to the next realm. As he cultivated, he was getting closer to the martial ancestor realm. After a long while at the riverbank, several powerful auras soared into the sky. Obviously, Lin Ling and the rest's strength had increased greatly. Brother Ling, my talent has reached the 5th grade. Yu was overjoyed. She then looked at Xian Yuange. She had comprehended the scripture and was about to comprehend 50% of the ancestral power. Her strength had also more than doubled. Of course, to the experts of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, their current strength was still not very strong, but their potential was not bad. Let's go. Lin Ling also looked into the distance. He had been here before and knew where the core of this place was. He also wanted to explore that place when the time came. Moreover, he knew that Princess Tian and the other experts would definitely find that place. It was just that they were not familiar with the way and would need some time. And before Lin Ling went to that place, he wanted to plunder even more treasures to prepare for his breakthrough. Big Brother Ling, after entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, those experts have finally revealed their fangs. We should be careful. Xian Yuange thought of Xinjian's words and couldn't help but ask cautiously. No, it's time for us to bare our fangs. However, Lin Ling's eyes revealed a cold light. The group hurriedly set off. Lin Ling was very familiar with the 5th level, so he brought Yu and the rest to some hidden treasures. Big Brother Ling, this is a 1-striped Dao fruit. I heard from the teachers in the academy that it was formed from the great Dao of heaven and earth. One day later, in a small valley, Yu and the rest looked at a colorful giant tree in surprise. This tree was extremely mysterious. It was surrounded by colorful clouds and mist, like an immortal or a god. Several wonderful fruits were hanging on the tree. Finally, there are results. Lin Ling smiled. The last time Li Xiaoyao came, he had just plucked the Dao fruit. Now, this tree had borne fruit again. It could be seen that in these years, no one in the valley had found this place. Hurry up and pluck it. We still have other places to go. Lin Ling immediately urged. Another day later, Lin Ling and Yu appeared in a blue pool. This pool was guarded by a divine beast, but Lin Ling and the rest worked together to suppress it. At the bottom of the pool, there were crystal-like watermelons lying there. Universal watermelons. It was said that within each watermelon was a world, and each watermelon was a realm. What kind of treasure is this? Yu and the rest could not help but widen their horizons. After Lin Ling explained it to them, he immediately asked them to refine these treasures. As for Lin Ling, he carefully plucked them. He did not use these treasures to break through because he had 5 dantians. He needed to accumulate more treasures. Moreover, after reaching the martial ancestor realm, he could open his 6th dantian. Just thinking about it made him excited. One had to know that his current strength was very strong because he relied on his 5 dantians. If he were to open his sixth dantian, how strong would his strength be? Furthermore, if he could successfully open his sixth dantian, Lin Ling would recover Li Xiaoyao's full strength. He would also be able to use some of Li Xiaoyao's moves, which were the powerful moves that had made Li Xiaoyao famous. Such an oppressive aura. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly frowned as he sensed the change of the heavens and earth. Following this, he was overjoyed. Gur is about to break through. At that moment, dark clouds were gathering in the sky above the pool. The force was so strong that it felt like a deity had arrived. Martial Ancestor's Tribulation. It was obvious that this was the tribulation for a Martial Ancestor realm cultivator. Currently, Yu had already reached the Martial Ancestor realm, but Xian Yuan-Ger had not. Now, Xian Yuan-Ger had finally found her opportunity. However, the change in the pool attracted the attention of many people. Someone is about to break through and reach the Martial Ancestor realm. Are you kidding me? Is there a Martial Ancestor realm cultivator here? Let's go and take a look. Maybe it's the first few batches of martial artists who entered this place. If they have obtained any treasures, they will belong to us. Many experts from various academies flew toward the pool. At that moment, Lin Ling had already appeared above the pool, guarding Xian Yuan-Ger. He stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky and frowned. The Martial Ancestor Realm Tribulation is divided into 7 types: Void, Real, Fragmentation, Annihilation, Extreme, Destruction, and the most terrifying Nirvana Tribulation. I wonder what kind of tribulation Gur is facing. Fortunately, it's the Fragmentation Tribulation. After a while, Lin Ling finally smiled. The Fragmentation Tribulation was a medium-level tribulation. One would only have to face 3,333 divine thunders. With Xian Yuan-Ger's strength, she should be able to survive it. After that, Lin Ling did not pay attention to Xian Yuan-Ger anymore. This was because the divine tribulation depended entirely on the martial artist. If others interfered, the divine tribulation would immediately escalate and become more difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling only needed to prevent others from interfering with Xian Yuan-Ger. Rumble. The divine tribulation began to descend, suppressing the earth. However, at that moment, a large number of experts arrived from afar. Their eyes were full of evil intentions. Lin Ling frowned instantly and his eyes were filled with killing intent. These cockroaches are really despicable. They love to disturb others when they are breaking through. Get lost. Chapter 36-23. I refuse to accept this. As soon as this pair of eyes appeared, the expressions of all the experts in the distance changed greatly. The weaker ones even knelt down in the air, and the average ones found it difficult to breathe. How terrifying! What kind of talent is this? Vicious creature. It's the aura of a vicious creature. Motherfucker, I thought it was some weakling breaking through, but it turns out there's a powerhouse guarding it. Those people dispersed successively. After all, they were here to cause trouble, and if the opponent was too strong, then it wouldn't be worth it to meet force with force. However, if there were treasures unearthed here, then it was a different story. Not only did they not leave, they even dared to fight with Lin Ling. They've all left. At this moment, Yu also flew towards Lin Ling. Her expression also relaxed. If they don't leave, then die. Lin Ling nodded and looked coldly into the distance. Crossing the divine tribulation was no small matter. The disturbance of others could kill Xian Yuan-Ger, so Lin Ling would not be lenient. Whoever dared to cross the line would be killed without mercy. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the thunder tribulation gradually weakened. Lin Ling and Yu looked at each other, and a happy smile appeared on their faces. Brother Ling, I've reached the Martial Ancestor realm, and my ancestral power has reached 60%. At the bottom of the pool, a beautiful figure finally rushed out and pounced on Lin Ling, hugging Lin Ling. Tisk. Incredible. 60% ancestral power. Lin Ling couldn't help but praise. Originally, Xian Yuan-Ger didn't have such a strong ancestral power. However, after obtaining the scripture, her ancestral power increased by quite a bit. On top of her successful tribulation, it reached 60%. Seeing that Xian Yuange and Yu Yu had become a lot stronger, Lin Ling felt a lot more relaxed. Let's go. There's another place with many treasures, because the treasures came from an expert. He came from the 6th level, but he was poisoned and died on the 5th level. The treasures on his body can be described as piled up like a mountain. In the past, there were people who wanted to get close to those treasures, but the treasures had restrictions, so those people all died. However, the martial artists who entered the 5th level are stronger, so they should be able to break those restrictions. Let's speed up. That place is not far from here. I hope that the treasures won't be taken by others. Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others forward. After a full day, a huge ancient river appeared in front of them. There was an island in the middle of the river. A large number of people floated above the island. When they looked at the river again, it had already turned blood red. Many demon beast corpses were lying there. Obviously, this place was to be was. All the young demon lords present were also killed. Moreover, there were many people around. They were divided into 7 camps, representing 7 schools. I never like to share treasures with others. Therefore, this pile of treasures can only have one owner. I represent Crane School to take this pile of treasures. Nonsense, your Crane School is so great, my Radiant School will be the first to refuse. Good, let's fight, find someone who can fight. In the sky, a fierce battle immediately broke out. For the sake of this pile of treasures, no one would hide their strength. After 3 incense sticks of time, the Radiant School's expert was defeated. It's a waste of time. Without the title of 4 Talisman God, those who have not entered the heavenly stairway should not come. If any school wants to seize the treasures, just send a representative. The expert representing Crane School said indifferently. Why do you have the final say? Why don't ordinary experts have the qualifications? This island was first discovered by our Snow Wind School. Someone immediately refused to accept it. It was the expert from Snow Wind School. This time, the Blackstone Empire's mission was carried out by 10 schools at the same time. Naturally, Snow Wind School was one of them. However, there was a change midway, causing everyone to give up on the Blackstone Empire's mission and come to the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Of course, originally, they were not qualified to come. It was Princess Din who suddenly changed her mind and relaxed the conditions, causing a large number of experts to enter. The ranker from the Flying Crane Academy laughed in disdain. With a flick of his finger, a powerful boundary essence instantly pierced through the chest of the person who spoke, and that person immediately fell from the sky, but was also saved by the other people from the Snow Academy. Tian Ao, are you alright? I'm fine, damn it. These people were also acquaintances of Lin Ling. They were Tian Ao, Luo Wucheng, Lin Ling's classes Zhuang Yanming and Exen Yanfei. Originally, with their strength, they would not enter this place. After all, this was the battlefield of Shin San Hall. However, when the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace opened, they also wanted to try their luck. Of course, their luck was indeed good. Not long after entering, they found a pile of treasures. However, before the treasures could reach their hands, they were snatched away by this group of people. They even wanted to monopolize them. Are these guys from Snow Wind School courting death? They didn't even enter the god list and they dare to touch those treasures? That young man is called Tian Ao, the son of Snow Wind School's principal. Maybe he thinks that he has some status, so he dares to be arrogant. Unfortunately, this is not the final world. Who will give him face? In Snow Wind School, only Shen Lu is a little powerful. However, she doesn't care about this group of ants. She is also too lazy to care about other treasures. It is said that she went far away with Princess Tian for the real treasures. The people around started to talk about it. Their words were full of disdain. So, it's better to follow the rules I said before. Trash like you don't need to go up. Of course, if you want to go up, you can, but each school can only send 3 people. If 3 people are defeated, then the school will obediently get lost. Don't talk about touching the treasures, you can't even look at them. And now, Snow Wind School's first battle has been defeated, so there are still 2 people who can go up. The expert from Crane School did not put Snow Wind School in his eyes at all. However, he wanted to convince the crowd, so he said righteously, "Are you convinced?" He stared at the people from Snow Wind School. Tian-Ao and the others were so angry that their teeth itched and their faces turned red. If their school's Shin Sand Hall experts were here, Crane School would not be able to be arrogant. They would not be humiliated like this. I refuse to accept. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. I refuse to accept. On the entire ancient river, there were countless echoes, causing many people to frown. They looked over and suddenly saw a few figures walking over from the distance. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe and looked calm. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? It's Lin Ling. Tian-Ao and the others were stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. They knew that Lin Ling was also in Eight Gods' heavenly palace, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would be right beside them. Great, he's here. Fairy Xian Yen and the other girls were the most excited, but when they saw the two girls beside Lin Ling, Yu, they also felt inferior. Chapter 36-24. Crazy. Who is this person? He's got guts. He looks like Lin Ling, but he doesn't seem to be on the god list. So, it's Lin Ling, the new disciple who broke the Sky Tower's record in the Saint Realm. He really didn't enter the god list. Many people recognized Lin Ling, but with regards to Lin Ling's strength, they only knew that he barely entered the god list. My name is Ma Tong, a holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, ranked 483rd on the heavenly stairway. Who are you? At this moment, the Flying Crane Academy's expert looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Toilet? Lin Ling was stunned for a second, then he almost laughed out loud. What a creative name, ah! However, his gaze was fixed on the island and he noticed that the pile of treasures was still untouched. This made him feel relieved. That pile of treasures was for him, Lin Ling, to open his 6th dandan. No one could snatch it from him. My name is Lin Ling, a disciple of Snow Wind Academy's Shin San Hall. Lin Ling also spoke, causing Ma Tong to frown. He wanted to hear Lin Ling's next words, but Lin Ling did not say anything. Nothing else? Ma Tong thought that Lin Ling was also a god list expert. Nothing else. Do you think I need an expert to fight trash like you? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. I'm trash? Ma Tong was stunned, then he burst out laughing. Your Snow Wind Academy doesn't listen to advice, insisting on wasting 2 battle spots. Fine, if you want to be stupid, I'll fulfill your wish. Make your move, let me see what qualifications you have to be arrogant. Hearing this, Lin Ling also laughed sarcastically. You should make your move. I'm afraid that after I make my move, you won't have the chance to make your move. Crazy. Crazy as always. There were some people who had heard of Lin Ling's feats in the Heroes' Assembly, but at that time, they thought it was just a rumor. But from the looks of it, Lin Ling was indeed unbridled. Where did this guy called Lin Ling pop out from? I've never heard of him before. How is it that after he became famous, almost everyone in the 36 academies knows him? I heard that he came from the 9 prefectures and is quite famous in the 9 prefectures. His nickname is the Son of Devil or something. Son of the Devil? Fuck, what an impressive name. I'm still called the Son of God. Disdainful voices were heard all around. After all, seeing was believing. They had not seen Lin Ling's strength, and Lin Ling did not have any position on the divine list, so no one felt that Lin Ling was very powerful. Huh, you want me to make the first move? Are you a fucking idiot? If I attack, do you still have the chance to stand? Hurry up and attack, don't waste my time. Ma Tong cursed angrily. If he were to make the first move, wouldn't he be cursed as a big bully? What if the Wind Snow Academy refused to acknowledge the debt? AI, you just had to force me to make a move. Lin Ling finally nodded. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and shot forward. At the same time, the eye of primal chaos appeared in his eyes, and his ferocious aura shook heaven and earth. And in the sky, the time and space divine steel came crashing down. In addition, the illusory god world also appeared, filling the sky with Lin Ling's figures. All kinds of methods emerged one after another, shocking everyone's eyes. In the next moment, a sword appeared in front of Ma Tong's neck, subduing him in the blink of an eye. Ma Tong seemed to have not reacted yet. Do you submit or not? Lin Ling held the sword indifferently and quietly moved forward. I haven't even made a move yet. Ma Tong was stunned for a full 3 breaths, then flew into a rage. However, his words also made many people despise him. Didn't you let Lin Ling make the first move? Now that you've lost, you actually shamelessly reneged on the debt. However, Lin Ling ignored his gloominess and said expressionlessly, I don't care. I'll ask you one thing, do you submit or not? If you don't, I'll cut off your head. I submit, I submit. Ma Tong was so angry that his liver was cramping, but his life was in the hands of another, so he had no choice but to submit. This was because he realized that Lin Ling's sword had ancestral power, and it was not of a low grade. Then go down. Lin Ling nodded. At the same time, the time and space divine steel in the sky came crashing down, pressing Ma Tong into the water. Rumbling sounds could be heard as water splashed everywhere. A huge whirlpool was formed because of the time and space divine steel. Ma Tong, defeated. The entire process was clean and efficient. He defeated the enemy in one move. People from the various academies were tongue-tied. I'll fight you. However, at this moment, another Crane Academy expert stepped forward. He said coldly, I'm Lu Buxia, a 4-talisman god sacred knight, 69th on the god roll. Please enlighten me. After he finished speaking, he attacked first. 3 punches punched out, breaking through the void. Ancient God's Mountain's 3 punches. Behind him, an ultimate grade 6 desolate body appeared. They were actually 3 ancient mountains. It's the Sacred Mountain's talent. People from the various academies shouted in shock. This sacred mountain was extremely extraordinary. It was not in the 9 prefectures, nor was it in the myriad worlds. It was a mountain that floated in the void of the universe. Legend had it that this mountain was a sacred mountain, and the people who lived there were gods from the era of gods. And it was said that Lu Buxia came from the sacred mountain. Senior Lu has made his move. Ha! The Crane Academy expert was in high spirits. Senior Lu, cripple this Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, his eyes flashed. A grade 6 desolate body was indeed powerful. Furthermore, he was ranked 69th. He was even more powerful than the expert he had killed by the Purple Spirit River. This was because that expert was only ranked 71st. Don't underestimate these two. In fact, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Hence, he had to fuse his talents. Lu Buxia? The names of your academy students are getting weirder and weirder. Previously it was toilet. Now it's can't stay? I'm sorry, but I want you to stay. After the talents were fused, the pressure that Lin Ling felt from his opponent instantly disappeared. Lin Ling punched out. Rumble. 4 fist shadows immediately appeared in the sky. They were as large as mountains as they clashed violently. Bang, bang, bang. At the next moment, Lu Buxia felt as if he had been struck in the chest by 3 giant hammers. He retreated continuously. His face was filled with shock. He did not know that with the fusion of 3 great talents, his physical body was strong and his talents were stacked. It was not something he could withstand. Furthermore, Lin Ling had not used any other means. He was only relying on his physical strength. Rumble. Lu Buxia was smashed into the water by Lin Ling's punch, causing shocking waves. Moments later, he flew out while holding his chest. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. He had clearly lost. This made the island fall silent. Everyone was even more alarmed. Lin Ling was so strong. He had the strength to enter the god roll? And he was ranked 69th on the god roll. Only Lin Ling was used to it. He looked at everyone with contempt and said, to avoid wasting time, all of you from the various academies should come at me together. I'll beat you until you are convinced. This tone was insufferably arrogant. Previously, when Ma Tong was here, everyone thought that he was very insolent. Who knew that compared to Lin Ling, he was just a shrimp. This Lin Ling was the true insolent one. Chapter 3625. Lin Ling, good job. Good job. However, compared to the crowd, the students of Snow Wind Academy are shouting excitedly. Lin Ling is indeed worthy of being the pride of Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling, you have big dog guts. Moments later, angry voices came from all around. They came from IKA Academy. In their opinion, although Lin Ling is a bit powerful, if they all attack together, they would be able to defeat Lin Ling with just a spit of saliva. It was because Lin Ling had defeated Ma Tong and the others that he had become complacent. Hee hee, my dog guts have always been big. Lin Ling looked at IKA Academy's side coldly, and in the next moment, his body disappeared. His speed is too fast, it is not something that IKA Academy's experts can handle. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, a large amount of water splashed on the surface of the water. Lin Ling actually knocked all the experts of IKA Academy into the water, making them look like drowned rats. The entire process took less than an incense stick's time. On the surface of the water, those experts were so angry that their faces turned pale. Lin Ling looked down at them. I have big dog guts, what can you do to me? Lin Ling is determined to obtain the treasures on the island, so since they want to use force to fight for it, Lin Ling is too lazy to hold back. You! Everyone pointed at Lin Ling. They are so angry that their liver is hurting. Too arrogant, too arrogant. What powerful strength! Lin Ling is even more terrifying than the rumors. Yes, but he has just become an expert of Shunsan Hall. How can he be so strong? It seems that we have underestimated him. He will definitely be able to enter the divine list. However, after this battle, the 36 academies will be more familiar with Lin Ling. The people from the other academies witnessed everything with their own eyes, and their faces became even more solemn. They do not dare to casually fight. Moreover, it seems that they have no choice but to accept it. Ah, Lin Ling, your strength has improved. However, at this moment, a voice of laughter was heard. A few silhouettes stepped on the clouds and slowly walked over. The one who had spoken was actually Lin Ling's acquaintance, Huang Fuyail. He was the son of the Grand Tutor who had been humiliated by Lin Ling in the divine temple of the god of Miao. Loser, you have something to say? In reality, Lin Ling had noticed them a long time ago, because he knew that there would definitely be many experts eyeing the treasures on the island covetously. The people in the surroundings were merely little kittens and puppies. Lin Ling's words instantly made Huang Fuyail's face turn ugly. The person behind him also frowned and asked, Huang Fuyail, have you lost to Lin Ling before? This made it difficult for Huang Fuyail to answer. He could only look at Lin Ling and angrily shout, Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, if you want to obtain those treasures today, you will have to pass through us. I had this plan a long time ago. However, if it's you, it won't be necessary. Because you are not my opponent. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. He looked directly at Huang Fuyail, causing the latter to be stunned. Gradually, he did not dare to look at Lin Ling. Huang Fuyail's movements were very subtle, but everyone present was an expert. Naturally, they knew what he meant. Huang Fuyail was afraid of Lin Ling. Obviously, Lin Ling had left a deep shadow in Huang Fuyail's heart. If Huang Fuyail did not surpass Lin Ling one day, it would be difficult for him to improve his martial arts. Well, Huang Fuyail, since we are acquaintances, I will help you break this heart demon today. At this time, a man with fluttering long hair walked out from behind Huang Fuyail. He carried 2 swords on his back and elegantly walked out. Qing Zhu, an expert of Miaoshan Academy, a 5-talisman god paladin, ranked 60th on the heavenly stairway. The man said indifferently, but his words caused an uproar in the surroundings. Ranked 60th, he was stronger than the previous strongest, Lu Buxia, by a total of 9 ranks. 9 ranks did not seem like much, but in fact, it was a huge gap. This gap was so big that it could be said to be the difference between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Huang Fuyail also became excited when he saw Qing Zhu make a move, because he knew that Qing Zhu's strength was ranked at the top of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. According to his guess, Qing Zhu was only slightly weaker than Kagura and Ningbo Tao. Brother Qing Zhu, although Lin Ling is stronger than me, he is not a threat to you. This time, Huang Fuyail also admitted that he was inferior to Lin Ling, but he pointed at Yu Yu in the distance and said, but that beauty is not weak. She fought Senior Ningbo Tao to a standstill. Qing Zhu immediately looked over, and his eyes lit up as he nodded. Looks like it is a female swordsman. She is very compatible with me. Very good, after I defeat Lin Ling, I will meet that female swordsman. The two of them did not conceal their conversation at all, as if Lin Ling was invisible. This also showed that Qing Zhu had great confidence in defeating Lin Ling. After that, Qing Zhu looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "Your natural talent is very strange, and the divine ability you cultivate is very formidable. I am very interested in an expert like you. Although you are not a match for me, and you are not comparable to that girl with the sword, I still hope that you can use your full strength." Waves of cheers resounded from the surroundings. Lin Ling was so arrogant earlier, but now he had bitten off more than he could chew. This battle would finally allow Lin Ling to know what a 5-talisman god paladin was like. Lin Ling nodded when he heard this and said indifferently, "Your strength is not bad." Oh. These words caused Qing Zhu to be stunned. Merely not bad? Lin Ling is really confident. Qing Zhu shook his head and looked at the swords on Lin Ling's back as well, and he said indifferently, "I see that you have quite a few swords on your back as well. Draw your sword and let me see your strength." "If you want to see me draw my sword, then we'll have to see if you have the qualifications to make me draw my sword." Lin Ling's expression remained calm as before. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned, and then they roared with laughter. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was very formidable, but he was facing the 460th ranked expert. He actually said that Qing Zhu wasn't qualified to make him draw his sword? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know how terrifying Qing Zhu's sword was? If Lin Ling didn't draw his sword, then perhaps he wouldn't have the chance to draw his sword in his entire lifetime. What an idiot! Huang Fuyao was aware of Qing Zhu's strength, and he instantly spoke with disdain. Very good, very good. It's been a very long time since someone was so arrogant in front of me. You're the first. Qing Zhu's eyes narrowed, and he actually revealed a strange smile. It wasn't a smile of rage, and it was a smile of extreme amusement. He, Qing Zhu, had come from the Western world since he was young, and he'd obtained the baptism of the gods by chance, causing his strength to monstrous at a young age. Later on, he entered Miaoshan Academy, and his name shook the entire academy. In the end, there were very few people who didn't know his name amongst the 36 academies in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd entered the god rankings for a relatively short period of time, he wouldn't just be at the 460th position now. But now, someone said that he didn't have the qualifications. Moreover, this person was only at the Saint Realm. Even though he didn't know what ability this person cultivated to transform into a completely black monster. Chapter 36-26. You're not qualified to make me use my sword. Since you're so confident, then I'll break your confidence, trample on your dignity, and destroy your martial arts heart. Attack! Qing Zhu attacked. He did not use his sword because he disdained to use it against Lin Ling. He punched out, and a lion's roar rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The void shattered like glass. Legend has it that Qing Zhu's talent is related to the Buddha god. With a punch, he can raise his boundary essence by 1 realm. So exaggerated? Of course, Qing Zhu is a late-stage martial ancestor. The power of his punch can reach the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Everyone began to discuss. Lin Ling was still expressionless when he saw Qing Zhu's punch coming at him. He also threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, and the sound was deafening. Then, everyone's pupils violently trembled. Because after the two fists collided, Qing Zhu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, while Lin Ling was unscathed and did not move at all. Was this a dream? One must know that Qing Zhu was ranked 460th on the divine list. His strength had been tested and was very valuable. After he arrived, he had been calm and collected, but he was absolutely qualified. But he was sent flying by Lin Ling with a punch. This was a great loss of face. This is a bit fake. Not to mention the Sage Realm, even the Martial Ancestor Realm might not be able to block Qing Zhu's punch, but the result? Yeah, could it be that Qing Zhu is not in the right state? It should be like this. Compared to the shock of the other academies, the people of Snowwind Academy clenched their fists and were incomparably excited. Lin Ling, good job. Especially Tian Ao and the others, they all grinned. They wanted to see who would dare to look down on Snowwind Academy now. What a powerful force, it surprises me. At this moment, 100 meters away, Qing Zhu swung his arm, his face gloomy, and his eyes burst out like flames of battle intent. He was also surprised by the previous result. However, he was not injured, but the shame in his heart was greater than the injury. You are qualified to make me draw my sword. Qing Zhu pulled with both hands, and 2 green swords appeared in her hands. What was surprising was that these 2 swords were green. They looked like a pair of bamboos, and also like 2 green vipers. Then he held his sword and shot at Lin Ling. At this moment, a ferocious storm of swords swept out. Strike? Lin Ling faintly smiled and said with disdain, "Unfortunately, you are not qualified for me to use my sword." What? Everyone's eyes widened. Facing Qing Zhu, who had attacked with her sword, Lin Ling was still as frivolous as ever. Huang Fuyao frowned tightly. He'd lost to Lin Ling in the past, and he'd always thought that Lin Ling was just a little bit stronger than him. But now it would seem that Lin Ling wasn't just a little bit stronger than him. At this moment, Qing Zhu's speed had reached the speed of 700 worlds. With a flash of green light, the 2 swords struck out like snakes. The speed of the swords was even faster than his own speed. 800 realm speed. The speed of these 2 swords was terrifying. With just these 2 swords, even if the opponent's strength was heaven-defying, he wouldn't be able to resist such speed. This was also a sharp sword, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill a peak martial ancestor. This was a real swordsman. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His body shook, and his aura soared. The power of the realm-devouring beast, dragon bone, and dragon's soul burst out. He punched out, and a terrifying storm was formed. At this moment, he had combined his talents, and his strength had reached the power of 9,000 worlds. Rumble. He didn't need to use any martial arts or realm essence. Just the power of 9,000 worlds was enough to form a terrifying storm. Clang. At the same time, Qing Zhu's sword arrived, but it was blown askew by the powerful wind from the punch. Because, no matter how fast the sword was, it would be affected when faced with a fierce storm. Qing Zhu Divine Sword, Tranquil Sword. Qing Zhu's expression changed slightly when his attack failed. He was like a bamboo in the wind. It looked like he was about to fall, but he was drifting with the wind. A ray of green Buddhist light also diffused out. The sword moved with the wind, as fast as lightning, and as ethereal as lightning. With a flash of light, the 2 swords appeared in front of Lin Ling, and it was a fatal attack. Buddha God power. However, Lin Ling chuckled. This sword had the speed of 800 worlds, and it was mixed with the power of the ancestor. However, Lin Ling had the wind and rain 1,000 worlds technique, and his speed was faster than the sword. Without any movement, Lin Ling disappeared, and Qing Zhu's 2 swords pierced through the air. What? Qing Zhu was even more shocked. His sword was extremely fast, and he had killed a demigod before, but Lin Ling dodged it? In the end, I can't use my sword. While he was shocked, Lin Ling's voice floated over, and Qing Zhu was so angry that his body trembled. He had fought tens of thousands of battles, big and small, but this was the first time he had met someone who looked down on him like this. Moke Prison Sword, Third Hell. Qing Zhu shouted, and green light soared into the sky, and the sword became holy. The sky was filled with green bamboo swords, and it was terrifying. Wait! Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. With a single step, the sky was filled with demonic shadows, and he dodged a large number of swords. Occasionally, he would throw a punch, and many of the sword shadows were knocked away. How is he so powerful? Qing Zhu became more and more shocked. This was because he had unleashed 90% of his strength, and he could easily kill a peak martial ancestor. If a demigod was not careful, he could die under his sword. However, Lin Ling was unharmed, and he was toying with him like a cat toying with a mouse. I don't believe that you're so powerful. You must have used some kind of demonic technique, burning mysteries to forcibly increase your strength. However, this kind of secret technique has a time limit. Sooner or later, you will be weakened, and then it will be time for me to defeat you." Qing Zhu roared, and the two swords in his hands became even more powerful. Worry-free sword, carefree. Doro leaf sword, Doro sacred flower. Great wisdom, indefinite finger sword, great wisdom looks foolish. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and a terrifying power swept over everything. Some of the weaker cultivators were affected by the power of the swords, and their bodies were instantly cut open. However, Lin Ling was unharmed in the storm of swords. This was because the speed of Qing Zhu's swords was at the speed of 800 worlds, but Lin Ling's speed was at the speed of 900 worlds. No matter how sharp the sword was, if it could not cut through its target, then everything was meaningless. Lin Ling is not defeated yet. The people from the various academies stared at the battlefield, and their hearts continued to pound. Lin Ling's combat strength was so powerful, it was too terrifying. This meant that Lin Ling was definitely qualified to enter the 460th place on the Stairway of the Gods. This was also a terrifying piece of news, because they had never seen anyone reach such a high rank on the Stairway of the Gods. Huang Fuyao, in particular, was so scared that his lips turned pale. This was because he had given Lin Ling a very high evaluation, but now it seemed that his evaluation was still too low. "However," he said firmly, "Senior Qing Zhu will not be defeated so easily. He once defeated me with a single slash. Lin Ling, you will lose, you will lose." At this moment, he was even more excited than Qing Zhu. Boom! Chapter 36-27. The King of Assassins had arrived. "Looks like it's time for me to use my final trump card." Qing Zhu muttered to herself, "I haven't used my innate talent all this time because my innate talent is a little abnormal. Once I use it, I can only use it once." As soon as he finished speaking, he started muttering to himself. The world behind him suddenly became illusory. Countless Buddhas appeared. Heaven and earth, evil Qi, primordial demon god. Reunite in the world, with me as the medium. Help me destroy the heavens, I offer my blood as a sacrifice. The Holy Mother of the Netherworld, the heavenly fiend Ming Wang. Bless my Holy Spirit and let my sect rule the world. An ancient and sacred Buddhist chant quietly entered everyone's ears. Moreover, an enormous pressure spread out, making it difficult for the surrounding cultivators to breathe. Qing Zhu floated in the air, but her entire being seemed to have disappeared from the world. This was an extremely strange feeling. He could clearly see someone, but he couldn't sense their aura. This feeling of being neither up nor down made his heart palpitate. Sacrificial sword. Almost at the same time, Qing Zhu opened his eyes. However, after a series of afterimages, he disappeared on the spot, disappearing from the world. What happened? In less than a breath's time, Qing Zhu appeared behind Lin Ling. Her hands were spread open, holding two swords at an angle. He was like a peerless sword god. Boom! Everyone's hearts instantly trembled. Qing Zhu had attacked, but her speed was too fast, so they couldn't sense it. Previously, green bamboo already had the speed of 800 worlds. This time around, the speed of the sword would most likely be 900 worlds. Therefore, he instantly attacked Lin Ling with his sword, and even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be severely injured. The sword has finally been unleashed. Lin Ling has been defeated. Huang Fuyao said with even more certainty. His voice seemed calm, but it was mixed with crazy joy. "Aren't you, Lin Ling, very strong? Why are you defeated now? Aren't you, Lin Ling, very awesome? Why can't you block a single sword strike?" He, Huang Fuyao, was even prepared to trample on Lin Ling's pride. However, right when Huang Fuyao was about to wait silently for Qing Zhu to announce the results, Qing Zhu spoke as well. His voice was solemn and carried shock. No, it was mostly filled with terror. "How fast is your speed? How did you manage to dodge my sword? You should know that my sacrificing sword is a sword that seeks death by sacrificing one's own body. It's a sword that gives up everything in order to sacrifice itself." When she said this, Qing Zhu's entire body trembled. Beyond the 900 realms. Lin Ling said indifferently with his back facing him. 900 worlds? It's even faster than my sword. Qing Zhu's expression changed instantly, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder, no wonder. With your speed, it's not difficult to dodge my sword. Not only did I dodge your sword, but I also punched your sword 4 times while I was dodging it. Lin Ling paused for a moment before he spoke. His words caused Qing Zhu's eyes to tremble fiercely. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the 2 swords in his hands. Under countless shocked gazes, they completely shattered. 4 fierce punches. No matter how knowledgeable Qing Zhu was, no matter how talented he was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. A movement technique that was faster than the speed of a swordsman, and 4 fierce punches in an even shorter period of time. Who could do this? I've lost. Qing Zhu finally lowered his head and walked back dispiritedly. I knew it long ago, because you're not someone who can make me use my sword. Lin Ling also walked forward slowly. He was not surprised by all this. However, all the surrounding students were surprised, extremely surprised. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only did he break the sacrificing sword, but he also broke Qing Zhu's sword. Strong, too strong. How can he be so strong? No, I can't accept this. Huang Fuyail witnessed all this with his own eyes. His expression was extremely complicated. All along, he had wanted to see Lin Ling defeated. Only in this way could his inner demon be broken. He would also tell himself that Lin Ling was not invincible and would still lose. Therefore, as long as he worked harder, he would be able to defeat Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had never been defeated. Not only did his inner demon not break, but it became even stronger. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Following which, an old man walked over from afar. The old man's long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his facial features were sharp. This showed that this old man was a rare handsome man when he was young. However, the 2 claw marks had destroyed this artistic conception. And he was the king of assassins. When he saw the king of assassins, Huang Fuyail felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was extremely excited. He still had hope. Because no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was definitely not a match for the king of assassins. Lin Ling, you disfigured my face. You should know that you're definitely going to die. The king of assassins walked over step by step. His expression was extremely cold. In fact, after entering the 8 gods' celestial palace, he had been looking for Lin Ling. However, his luck was not bad. Not long ago, he finally received news of Lin Ling. This made him very excited and happy. He could finally wash away that humiliation. You should know that I actually want to kill you too. However, facing the king of assassins' murderous intent, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke. Unfortunately, you don't have such strength. What was certain was that Lin Ling's nonchalant attitude was undoubtedly very irritating to the king of assassins. It made him even more unhappy. In the 8 gods' celestial palace, Lin Ling did not have the key. Why was he not afraid of him? Was he pretending? There are a lot of treasures on this island. Very good, very good. They're all mine. Suddenly, the king of assassins' gaze fell on the island. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. After that, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you're very lucky. I happen to find a lot of treasures. Therefore, before I collect the treasures, you can escape alive. Of course, where you can escape to will depend on your luck. Ha! After finishing his words, he immediately jumped off the island. This made the surrounding people stunned. Everyone present knew about the hatred between the king of assassins and Lin Ling. However, why did the king of assassins give Lin Ling a chance? This was different from the king of assassins' temperament. That's pressure. The king of assassins wants to give Lin Ling a lot of pressure. Suddenly, Huang Fuyail seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that the king of assassins saw that Lin Ling was too calm, so he was in a bad mood? Therefore, he gave Lin Ling a chance to escape in exchange for the pleasure of killing? That must be it. However, Lin Ling might not be fooled. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't escape. Are you stupid? Who would give up their own life? Although the king of assassins is teasing Lin Ling, this is the only chance for Lin Ling to survive. That's true. Everyone started to discuss, and they couldn't help but admire the king of assassins scheming. As for Lin Ling, he should have started to escape by now. Chapter 36:28. Get off the island. If there were a lot of treasures on the island, Lin Ling might have a chance to escape from the Emperor of Assassins. Lin Ling, do you want me to give you a suggestion? I think it's better to escape to the east. Huang Fuyao let out a hearty laugh. It was as if he had vented half of the frustration he felt from Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not move. Instead, he looked at Yu Yu, who was not far away. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're scared, silly. Someone guessed again. However, at this time, Lin Ling finally moved. He did not go to the east. Huang Fuyao suddenly said jokingly, Lin Ling, are you going to the island to fight for treasures with the Emperor of Assassins? Once those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Then, they all burst into earth-shaking laughter. Everyone knew that this was just a joke, and a very good one at that. However, their laughter was very loud at the beginning, but it gradually weakened. In the end, it became silent laughter. Because Lin Ling was indeed going to the island with Yu Yu. Is he out of his mind? Is it because the most dangerous place is the safest place, so Lin Ling wants to hide on the island? Do you think the Emperor of Assassins is an idiot? No matter where you hide, assassins can find you and kill you. Then why is Lin Ling going to the island? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling's action was really beyond their imagination. It was against the norm. Yu Yu, it's time to end our grudge with that old man. Since we met him here, let's take his life. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the island. His voice seemed calm, but it was mixed with billowing murderous intent, like an unsheathed sword. Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling, he seemed to want to kill the Emperor of Assassins. A sage killing a demigod? Lin Ling really dared to dream. However, before everyone's eyes, Lin Ling and Yu Yu had already landed on the island. He's courting death. He's definitely courting death. A sage dares to kill a demigod. Who does he think he is? Just wait and see. It won't be long before the killer emperor brings Lin Ling's corpse out. He is indeed courting death. Why don't we go to the island and take a look? If you want to die, then go by yourself. There are no eyes in this chaotic battle. Be careful not to be killed by the Emperor of Assassins. You're right. At this moment, on the island, the King of Assassins was walking leisurely. He was even humming a song and seemed to be in a good mood. If he simply killed Lin Ling, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Therefore, he gave Lin Ling a chance to escape. If Lin Ling didn't want to die, he would definitely seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that he still couldn't escape from the Emperor of Assassins. In this way, he would be satisfied. He was even imagining Lin Ling's surprised expression when he caught up with Lin Ling. Would Lin Ling kneel down and beg for mercy? Or would he cry out directly? At the thought of this, the Emperor of Assassins admired himself more and more. He was intoxicated with himself and said, "Killing is an art. Killing someone carelessly is an insult to life." Then he looked around and saw the countless treasures on the island. Finally, his expression changed. There were many rare treasures on the ground. Some of them were even unknown to him. There were various elixir bottles and a large number of artifacts scattered around. There were too many of them. Even though the Emperor of Assassins was experienced and used to not showing his emotions, he couldn't hold back his excitement at this moment. I didn't expect this island to have so many treasures. It seems like someone left them behind. The Emperor of Assassins said in shock. You guessed it right. They are indeed left behind by someone else. Moreover, this is only a small part of it. There is another space under the island. There are more treasures there. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. There are more treasures? Gosh, there are more treasures than here. Wouldn't that be a great harvest? The Emperor of Assassins trembled and became even more excited. However, he suddenly frowned after his excitement. Someone was talking? Previously, he was shocked by the treasures. Only now did he recall that he was the only one on the island. He turned around abruptly and his pupils constricted instantly. His eyeballs almost popped out. Because the person who came was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, shouldn't he be running away? The king of assassins almost gave himself a tight slap. He wanted to see if he was dreaming. You don't have to guess anymore. I am indeed here. The reason why I am here is to kill you. Lin Ling knew that the Emperor of Assassins couldn't believe it and said calmly, "Kill me." The Emperor of Assassins' heart skipped a beat again. This meant that Lin Ling didn't run away at all. Instead, he followed him into the island and his goal was to kill him. This also meant that the Emperor of Assassins wanted to fool Lin Ling and he had failed. You have guts. Do you think that you can kill me with just the two of you? Thinking of this, the Emperor of Assassins couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. He wasn't angry. He just found it funny. Lin Ling obviously had a chance to escape from his pursuit. However, Lin Ling gave up. He wondered if Lin Ling was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's go to the bottom of the island. I am afraid that you will destroy my treasures. Lin Ling said calmly. Your treasures? The Emperor of Assassins was stunned. Then he laughed even louder. However, he also had the same plan. Since Lin Ling knew that there were treasures under the island, he would let Lin Ling lead the way. After that, he would seize the treasures and kill Lin Ling. Lead the way. The Emperor of Assassins nodded immediately. Lin Ling immediately held Yu Yu's hand and strode forward. There was a tombstone on the island. There were words on it. However, due to the passage of time, the words were a little blurry. However, Lin Ling knew that there was an Einherjar buried under the tombstone. This Einherjar had met Li Xiaoyao several times in the past and could be considered half of Li Xiaoyao's elder. However, this martial god was seriously injured on the 6th level and knew that he couldn't leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, he buried himself here. The martial god was a divine martial artist. However, in the end, he still turned into a pile of dirt. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the mottled tombstone. Once upon a time, martial gods were existences that one had to look up to. However, when Lin Ling arrived at the final world, he found that martial gods were just esos. Without reaching the divine transformation realm, they were just empty words. This was the case for the martial god in front of him. Martial god Qilin, who was killed by Lin Ling, was also the same. A martial god could also fall if he was careless. After that, Lin Ling looked around and finally saw a large number of enchantments around the tombstone. Then Lin Ling broke them one by one. These enchantments weren't complicated. Anyone who knew a little about enchantments could break them.